and we'll find out if Facebook screws me. Well, it did. Facebook doesn't like me, so I'm going to remove the event. That is true, but that's okay. It's really easy to put it back on. Save the changes, and I do believe we are live now. So, hey,
hi,
welcome to another Amityville Hangout. I'm Clint. I'm joined here with Ryan. We may, in fact, be the only two for now. We have decided, or I decided, due to suggestions that were made in the group chat, that we were going to talk about cursed movies. So I like cursed movies for the most part. I feel like I kind of failed this week on cursed movies because one of the things that I like to do is I try to find some unusual or lesser seen movies, or just something slightly obscure to throw out as an option. And I gotta tell you, a lot of those are not good. I don't know what your experience is with searching a particular topic, on some of your favorite streaming services, but when you search the word curse on Tubi, you get about, I don't know, 59 results. Many of them are things that I've never heard of before, and I was like, well, I'll give this a try and see how it goes. And I make it 5 minutes into this one, I'm like, fuck, I can't do it, and then I back out of that one, and then I try another title, and I might make it 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and I'm like, fuck, this sucks. And then I back out of that one. So there's quite a number of failures in my opinion, but who knows? Is the movie a failure, or is it just my ability to adapt to it that's a failure?
I don't know.
What?
Whenever I'm watching a really bad movie, I always try to tell myself everybody's got a vision. This just happens to be someone's.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, but I get it. Cursed movie. So yeah, are we doing? Like I said, I kind of failed on the research part here. Are we doing movies that had that people believed were cursed, or are we dealing with movies that are about curses? Are we doing both?
I will go either way on that because honestly, there have been movies that are not necessarily about curses where the productions themselves have seemed cursed.
Yeah, that's where I wasn't sure where we were going.
Yeah, I was going in the direction of movies about curses.
Perfect. Okay, good. That's predominantly what I.
Yeah, and I feel that's actually kind of a broad topic, if I'm being honest. I'll just throw it out there for a second. I mean, what is your idea of what a cursed movie is?
Again, are we talking production-wise, or are we talking a movie about a curse?
No, a movie about curses. I mean, like, to you, what constitutes a curse?
So, anything that's you want to hear the word curse at least mentioned at one point in the movie.
Do you?
Well, I mean, because you got your supernatural, you got your demons, you got your ghosties, but unless someone's like, for example, I consider the Conjuring to be straight ghost story, whereas Insidious, I feel, leans more towards cursed human or cursed. No, maybe not. Yeah, this is hard.
Well, and that's why I bring it up, because I was trying to define it myself earlier, and there's several types of curses, if you want to be honest about it. I mean, a lot of times our typical belief of what a curse is kind of based in magic. You know what I mean? Almost like an oath or a curse or a spell cast upon someone. If you feel like if a character has been wronged, they will create some type of negative
like drag me to hell
whammy on somebody, right? Something like that. Great example.
But But you also have stuff like Friday the 13th, where you've got Crazy Ralph screaming about a death curse on Camp Crystal Lake. It's never established that it's actually got a curse.
It's never truly explained either. But
like maybe Jason is back because it was a curse.
Yeah, and based on Friday the 13th, we'll say the first movie was purely a revenge story and a whodunit, albeit by a crazy person who was just sent over the edge by grief and didn't know how to cope with it and was looking for some people to lash out at. Whereas the second movie is really where we introduce the idea of a cursed area by we'll say a vengeful spirit, and that in itself is a type of curse movie. I feel. So like we get the entity of Jason in that movie, and we have no idea why he's there.
Yeah, other than vengeance.
Right.
And but of course, like you say, we don't know why he's there. What's driving him? How did he? Did he actually die and come back? Has he been hiding in the woods the whole time? But I mean,
and is he killing because of he felt the death of his mother was wrongful? You know what I mean?
Yeah. By part 4, the dude's already had an axe to his head, so I'd say there's obviously something supernatural going on there.
I'd say you're probably right.
I know people argue 6 is when we get zombie Jason, but come on, guys. That dude's been dead for a while.
Right. Let me see. I got a comment here. I wanted to see who it was. Sorry. Oh, okay. Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Paul says hello. Hello, Paul. How are you? So, yeah. So, I've kind of like roughly categorized some of it. I don't know if you feel like you can add to it, because my list feels like a little half baked. Like maybe I haven't considered everything. So wrongful death, vengeful spirit. So they're either seeking something like truth or justice, and their spirit won't, relax or subside. Curse won't be broken, until they feel that there's been some type of justice or the truth has been exposed over the nature of their death or their wrongdoing. There are movies where someone just gets cheated, like cheated on a deal, and therefore they apply some sort of like magical spell upon somebody that has a negative impact upon their lives, until they figure out how to undo that. If they do, we have cursed objects, cursed symbols, and there's also the idea of ancestral sin. So if you consider a complete lineage of people who are cursed based on one person in their ancestry who has done something wrong, they become cursed. Therefore, all of their offspring are cursed by association. So I feel like I've missed a few things here. That's kind of just where I'm at with this.
I feel that covers it pretty good.
Yeah. I think it's obvious who this is. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Love you, buddy. So, yeah. So I don't know what your feelings on it are. If you're a fan of curse movies, if you're not, I mean, I feel like I'm hit or miss with it, because like I was saying before, I've ran into a lot of stinkers trying to find something to talk about in this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry, just a sec here.
Yeah. I'm going to read this real quick. So I believe that Jason is a revenant of Mrs. Voorhees. I believe that the head of Mrs. Voorhees used a dead body to represent her son to pose as Jason Voorhees, but in actuality is a voodoo zombie. Wow. I never thought about it like that. That's very possible. I'm not even sure I completely understand that. I might have to do a little bit more thinking on that. Paul, I need you to explain this. I mean, he did kind of keep her head and use it sort of like a talisman. It's something that he was uh, using kind of as a driving force. Because I mean, part two, he did have his mother's head like in that shack in the woods. So I mean, and it was obviously something that was important to him, and it was prized to him. So I mean, I guess he could be drawing some sort of power from it, or it could just be a constant reminder that is fueling his hatred. I'm not entirely sure that I understand the term revenant, but that's just me being limited in my terminology. I've heard it before, but I'm not super clear on the meaning of it. But hey, that's a nice theory. I like that. What are your thoughts on it?
How does a head do all this? She ain't got no arms.
Well, I kind of took it as he's a physical manifestation that is using the head as a source of power. But
so Jason's, but like that was Paul that wrote that.
Mm-hmm.
So like what Paul was saying was that Mrs. Voorhees' head used a dead body as Jason. So the Jason we get isn't
necessarily Jason.
It's a body that's, I'm not sure if Paul meant that like Jason's soul was imbibed into it, or if it was just like given the memories of I don't know where he was going.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be that, it could be yeah, I don't know exactly what he meant, but he did mention voodoo zombies. So to me, that's almost like an animated corpse.
That's what I mean. Yeah, like
didn't necessarily have to be Jason specifically.
Yeah, it might not have been Jason at all. She might have just been like reanimated the corpse and be like, "You're my son now." Said the decapitated head.
I don't know. It's a cool idea. I like it.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I don't know if that's the intent, but that's pretty cool. And of course, down here we have Charles Sherratt. Hey, how you doing, Charles? Cursed, an overused term in a lot of movies. Very true. It is overused. Sometimes I feel it gets used in things that aren't necessarily curses, but at the moment, I don't have an example to throw out on that. Paul!
Hey, guys.
Hey, Paul.
How you doing?
Good. I gotta hop off in a couple minutes because I gotta go pick up my wife. But
I understand. Thanks for hopping in.
No. But yeah, like the Jason thing. Yeah. So I don't think it's actually Jason.
Okay.
I actually think it's like a voodoo zombie, kind of like Sugar Hill.
Okay.
But everybody's assuming it's Jason because it's, a giant body. But Jason was a child when he drowned.
Right. And that was always a plot inconsistency. I agree. Yes.
Yeah. So my theory actually solves it, that it's not actually Jason. It's Mrs. Voorhees continuing the killings. It's a weird fan theory that I've had probably while on the toilet.
Oh,
I kind of like
it.
it.
Yeah.
I kind of like
it. It's not that she brought Jason back through another body. It's her herself in another body, and everybody just thinks it's Jason.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I like that. That's cool.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is that it gets a little muddy there where when Amy Steele puts on the sweater and basically refers to him directly as Jason, and he pauses, as though he might actually be speaking to his mother. So
maybe she's just really angry. She's like, "Bitch, that's my sweater."
Like maybe there's still some awareness.
Maybe it's like these things she put like pieces of her souls in, like Voldemort's holocrux.
Horcrux.
Yeah.
So she can't damage the sweater because that'll damage a part of her.
Yeah.
I like it. Solid. Can't argue it.
And then if you did Jason Goes to Hell, like the whole thing was, I imagine them finding the bones of Mrs. Voorhees and destroying those to stop the Jason curse. That's what I would have done if I did Jason Goes to Hell.
Oh, that's a little nicer.
Yeah.
Actually, I agree.
Then the bones jump up and attack like a skeleton.
Yeah.
Kind of like we had in Nightmare on Elm Street. What was it?
Nope,
Part
completely
3?
original idea. Has never happened in
Part
another
4. Never happened before. I got you.
No.
I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that the whole thing is just an extension of her vengeful spirit, manifesting in the real world and controlling another body. That's kind of cool. I like that idea. Ha! Who'd have thought? I never considered that before.
I guess it makes as much sense as Jason coming back from the dead.
Well, hell yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, I don't know. Not to go too far into that line. It's like, and I had somebody argue with me.
Paul.
Oh, we lost Paul. I had somebody argue with me a little bit online earlier today about Jason Goes to Hell, acting like the Necronomicon being inputted into the story, didn't help to fix any plot holes. It just created new ones. I really don't feel that way. Oh, there you are. Got you back.
Sorry, I'm in spotty areas, so
that's okay.
But yeah, no, honestly, I just thought that would have been the plot twist that makes sense in the entire franchise. And, makes sense of everything.
And that's the difficult thing to do. I mean, when you're talking about, the Friday the 13th franchise, that there's so many inconsistencies between, all of the movies. They've got loose continuity, but there's nothing that really explains all of it. And that's an interesting way to do that. I kind of like that idea.
So how are you guys doing tonight?
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Running around like a maniac today.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it's all right. I got tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say not exactly what you want to do with your weekend.
Yeah. Tomorrow I got like a low-fi weekend going.
Yeah.
So.
That's cool. Yeah, you gotta take some time and recharge, definitely. So.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's that day.
Yeah.
Have you seriously explored this idea in the sense of writing a screenplay? I know you like to write stuff.
Not really. I don't really mess around with licensed stuff because, it's just. But now that the fanfic world exists and people are doing that, maybe. It wasn't like back in my high productivity days and my prolific days that people were able to make like Roseblood and all the other good Friday fanfic movies and other fanfic movies. The only full fanfic screenplay I ever wrote was a Nightmare on Elm Street one, which was a direct sequel to Friday the 13th Part 2, which was about a continuation of that version of Freddy.
Okay.
Sorry, did you mean it was a direct continuation of Friday the 13th Part 2 or Nightmare on Elm Street?
Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Freddy's Revenge.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote one. It was called Elm Street Revisited, and that one I think is pretty close to ready to go. I might try to Kickstarter it this winter. Who knows?
Yeah, that could be all right.
See, we get a lot of Friday the 13th fan films. We don't see a lot of Nightmare on Elm Street fan films. I think the only one I've seen in recent memory is that Dylan's New Nightmare.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is weird because the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise has stayed stagnant for about as long as the Friday the 13th franchise has.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with with Nightmare as opposed to Friday is that Freddy talks.
Right. Right.
So, that makes it a little bit harder.
You're not going to get one over on the fans. They're going to be very slow to accept somebody else as Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, and the dream sequences and everything too. Like normally these fan flicks are made on as cheap as possible because they are fan flick. You're not allowed to get these are licensed properties. You're not allowed to make a profit off these.
Right.
So
right.
Friday 13th, you just film in the woods. You're good to go. Like Nightmare, you got to get all these elaborate. At the very least, you got to get some elaborate lighting going and stuff to kind of encapsulate the whole dream sequence. I mean, that's just got to be expensive.
Yeah. I did like listening to some of the people talk about the Dylan's New Nightmare thing and how they justified, Freddy being slightly different than what we all remember Robert Englund being, was that since we're following a character that existed in the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, and he's older now, so he's not a child anymore, that his manifestation of Freddy is based on what he remembers about him. So like memory fades over time and you don't remember all the details. So like the character is slightly different, albeit all the same, mannerisms and way of speaking and his look is similar, but he's not the same. So that was kind of their way of justifying using somebody else. And I have to say, for the record, Dave McRae did an awesome job, I thought.
Solid Freddy.
Playing Freddy Krueger. I don't know. Did you get a chance to catch it, Paul?
I haven't watched it yet, but I intend to.
Mm-hmm. It's super short.
I think I'm going to have like a fanfic night.
Yeah.
And do that, and a couple of the Friday ones, maybe Batman versus Predator.
Okay.
Or Alien versus Predator. The Alien versus Predator one that came out. Redemption, I think.
I want to find that one, actually. Is that... Do you have that somewhere? Is that on the server?
No, I haven't found it yet, but I will.
Okay. Yeah, well, let me know if you do, because I have a pretty high interest in seeing that. That sounded really cool the last time you talked about it.
Yeah.
Since we're on the subject of Nightmare on Elm Street, does anybody here consider that to be a cursed movie?
Yes.
Because I kind of feel like it is.
Especially if you take Freddy's dead into account because of the dream demons, giving him the ability to get revenge.
Okay.
And cursing all the parents. I think it's been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah. But I mean, just in general, I kind of feel like it fits just because, when you get Freddy's backstory, even though he was, not a good dude, murdering and, sexually assaulting children potentially, and being more or less lynched by the townspeople, that his spirit exists in the dream world and he's attacking people through the dream. So he's kind of a curse himself, in the sense that he still exists and has power to hurt people in their dreams. So I didn't know if you felt like that fit. I kind of feel like it does.
I'd say you could argue it.
You could argue it.
I don't know if it would stick the landing, but you could definitely put up an argument.
because they also, had to find a way to break that curse, to put his spirit to rest, to stop, his ability to hurt people, whether it's in this world or in the dream state, which is what they kind of explored in, was it part 3, where they went to the wrecking yard and pulled out his bones? Yeah.
That didn't happen.
That didn't happen?
No, there's been no skeletons. See, that's where my thing with where I was starting to talk about Insidious, and then I realized I was wrong. I think there's a fine line between cursed and something that's just a demonic entity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say that Freddy is a curse. I'd say that he's this demonic entity or entity, just something that's come back to continue what he was doing when he was alive. I don't think there's any curse behind it. Like, I don't think the Elm Street kids are cursed because, as they established later on in the movies, he escapes Springwood and starts going to other places. I think it's just a bad dude who became a bad supernatural entity.
Okay. That's because that's kind of where my fuzzy area comes with this, and that's why I was kind of trying to define, what constitutes a curse. You know what I mean? Because there's so many things, that you could technically argue are a curse, but are they really? So, and I feel like this series is a prime example of that. It could be perceived as a curse, but is it really? And that kind of, if it's a demonic entity, it draws into question some other things. It's like, is technically, something like The Exorcist considered to be a curse, or is that strictly demonic possession?
I wouldn't consider The Exorcist to be a curse.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't consider possession movies to be curses.
I really don't either.
And I don't think that, like, vengeful spirits are exactly, like, it kind of gets tricky because, like, 100% I would say, like, one of my absolute favorites is, like, Ju-On and The Grudge. And I also like The Ring a lot. And those are definitely curse movies.
Okay, I thought you were about to argue that they weren't. I was going to be like, oh,
yeah, but those are also vengeful ghosts.
Yes.
Right.
So, like, I think there's a fine line. I think the curse, I think what differs, like, the difference between a curse versus, like, a traditional vengeful spirit or vengeful demon or vengeful ghost type movie would be that there is, like, a conduit, like a character makes an actual choice that unleashes the evil events of the movie.
So,
like in the case of The Grudge, they go into the house. In the case of The Ring, they watch the video.
Right. Okay. So there's
but like in the case of Poltergeist, the spirits were already there and they saw Carol Ann and, wanted to take her,
Okay. I got you. Yeah. That's a nice distinction. I think that makes it a little bit more clearer because I had questioned Poltergeist myself. And I do feel like that's not really a curse film. Like, I feel like there needs to be some sort of vehicle that delivers the person who, to this treatment, to this curse, essentially. So
be it voluntary or involuntary, someone has to bring it upon them.
Yeah.
Like, they have to, the protagonist or whoever is being affected by the curse, they need to have done something, voluntary or involuntary, to have brought this upon themselves.
Right.
Like, I would argue with your Nightmare on Elm Street, the original franchise, definitely not, but you could almost argue with that piece of shit remake, where he's targeting only the kids that told on him.
Yeah.
You could almost argue that those kids became cursed.
Okay. Yeah.
Through a completely involuntary thing. Like, they were 100% doing what they needed to do, but because Freddy's a piece of shit, they've now been cursed because they did this.
Okay.
Whereas with the original, I think if they had kept the original idea where Nancy and everybody else was siblings of victims of.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, basically, the Nightmare on Elm Street movie is like Freddy is Harvey Weinstein, the kids are the women that he assaulted, and I
Right.
don't know.
Right. And
You
if he
do the
were
right thing and you get punished for it.
right. Right. And any revenge that he enacts upon those people, I guess, would be a curse on those folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a blacklist.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Interesting way to put that.
yeah.
I like that analogy. Ryan, you're frozen. Holy shit.
I just thought I stumped him.
Yeah.
He was shocked.
He absolutely didn't know what to say. He just sat there, shocked and
he's
frozen.
just like, Jesus, Paul.
So yeah.
Also, fuck Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck that guy. Bitch.
But yeah, I don't know. I gotta leave here in a couple of minutes to go get her. But I have like 5 movies for curses.
Okay.
I'll just list them off real quick. First one is Curse of the Demon, also known as Night of the Demon, which was loosely remade as Drag Me to Hell.
Oh.
Love that movie. Love both. I love the remake. I love the original. Original is like one of my Halloween go-tos. It's so creepy and wonderful. Adam will tell you it's boring, but it's actually just full of atmosphere and wonderful. Terrifying. Number 2, I already briefly mentioned would be Ju-on, The Grudge, one of my top horror movies of the early 2000s. Absolutely terrifying, wonderful, great curse movie. Number 3, Black Sabbath, or I'm sorry, Kill Baby Kill. That is a Mario Bava movie with a woman using the spirit of her daughter to kill the townspeople that let her die. That's a pretty good one. And the fourth one is another one that I briefly mentioned in passing, was Sugar Hill. And for my final one, let's see here. Oh, I had a good one, and now I'm trying to think of it. Oh, The Wolfman.
Yes, I was looking at that earlier. The Wolfman does count because he crosses the wrong person, and this curse is levied upon him to become this creature, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, any of those you want to talk about?
I mean, I do like The Grudge quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hi guys. Oh, Nicole said hi. Hi, Nicole. And Ryan is fighting with his cursed laptop, and he's restarting it now, so he'll be back shortly. Yep. Yeah.
Don't want to leave you hanging.
Cool movie. Yeah. That's all right. The Grudge is a cool movie. And of course, I don't think that I saw the original Japanese version. I think.
Oh, you have to.
Okay.
You have to. There's a great server that you can watch it on. It's absolutely amazing. It's just it completely like the story of me watching this for the first time is insane.
Yeah.
There was a specialty Asian video distributor that was in the same neighborhood as my independent video store that I ran.
Okay.
And
wow.
he would give me movies, and then I would buy them off him from like Asia, like directly from my store. That's how I saw Battle Royale before it was released officially here. We had it at our store. And anyways, this guy was like an importer of Asian movies. And we would get them. And he gave me The Grudge. And then I almost died from pneumonia. It was really, really bad.
Wow.
So I had pneumonia? No, I had it. And I had this copy of The Grudge, and I had to be like, I went to my mom's house, and my mom had to watch this movie with me, and she said, "This is the most horrifying thing you've ever shown me." And then she gave me the middle finger and told me she hated me after seeing it. She said this movie was a, quote, fucking nightmare. And my mom didn't swear, like hardly ever. And she said, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Well, now I have to see it.
Oh, yeah, it's
then
wonderful.
You know it's good.
Yeah, she said, it was really well made, but what the hell is wrong with these people?
You're talking about The Grudge, right?
The Grudge, the original Japanese version.
Yeah. So you've never seen it, Clint?
Not the original. I saw the Bill Pullman, Sarah Michelle Gellar one. I saw that. Yeah, and I saw the follow up, The Grudge 2. But no, I've not seen the original. I don't believe.
Yeah, because there was 2 made for TV ones, right, Paul? Jew on the Curse and Jew on the Curse 2.
And The Curse 2.
And then there was The Grudge.
However, I did not see those right away.
No, I saw The Grudge before I saw The Curse as well.
Yeah, I saw The Grudge and The Grudge 2 before I saw The Curse.
Nice.
But I love all the Japanese ones.
It's going on my list. I will.
Even like White Ghost and Black Ghost.
Cool. I will not pass go. I will not collect $200. I will go see that movie.
I was gone for 45 seconds, and now there's like 5 movies down there.
Well, I have to go pick up Holly.
Paul's leaving. Yeah, Paul's leaving. So
yeah, I just dropped a couple of ones. Okay. Any of these you want to discuss before I leave to go get her?
Yeah. You got any comments on it before Paul goes?
Night of the Demon is the original one that was loosely remade as Drag Me to Hell.
I thought you were talking about Night of the Demons and Clint just misspelled it.
That's what I thought too.
No. Well,
Night of the Demon, you might want to add a 58 or 59 after that.
I can do that. I shall do that.
Fantastic horror movie.
59.
One of the most terrifying clowns in cinema history. It's unfair that the Bacons are there. And he's British too. He's a British clown, which makes him even more nightmarish.
Wow.
Damn. But yeah, no, it's fantastic. Absolutely great stuff. Kill Baby Kill is a Mario Bava movie. Love that one. Sugar Hill is a 70s African-American exploitation film where a woman uses the bodies of dead mobsters to avenge the mob that killed her boyfriend. And then The Wolfman is one of my favorite Universal horror movies.
That mobster one you said was Sugar Hill?
Huh? Yeah. Sugar Hill. Yep. That's the
mobster one.
Yeah.
I might look into that.
That's a really...
That one's speaking to me.
Yeah, I mean...
You say Mafia or the Mob, and I'm going to watch it.
All right.
Yeah. No, it's like Blackula a lot, only with zombies.
Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, it's super fun, super awesome. Lots of afros, kicks ass.
I like it. Yeah, Blackula's a good movie. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I laughed my ass off at that one.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
this
it's
might be one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. It kind of lost me around the middle, but I was like, but the way it started, the first 20 minutes of the movie is fucking great.
This in the end's great.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Cool.
I love Blackula. I love Scream, Blackula, Scream. Really excited to meet Pam Grier at Steel City Con in December.
That sounds awesome.
I'm like dying about that. I'm like, yes, most of my money is going to get Liv a Scream reunion cast picture, but yeah, I'm definitely treating myself to meeting Pam Grier.
Yeah. Well, you almost have to. She's gonna be there. You're going anyway. How can you not?
Yeah. Just I don't know. One of my favorite actresses.
She was great in Ghost of Mars.
She was great in Ghost of Mars. She was great in Mars Attacks. She's great in Jackie Brown. She's great in everything.
Yeah.
Like even her shitty movies, like Shiva Baby, she's still awesome in it.
That's the thing. She's one of those actresses where even if the movie's a piece of shit, you can at least walk away saying, "Well, Pam Grier was good in it."
Yeah.
Somebody shared a post on one of the group pages. Maybe it was yours. I don't know. That it was Christopher Lee. You know, basically.
That was my profile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically saying everybody has to do a bad movie from time to time. The trick is to not be bad in it.
Yeah.
You know, to paraphrase. But
yeah,
I like
great quote.
I like that. Yeah.
And he's definitely been in some bad movies.
What?
Oh, Christopher Lee.
Not him.
Oh wait, yeah, he was in Lord of the Rings. How could I forget?
No, Lord of the Rings is good, but I mean, he was in the Hobbit.
No, it's not.
He was in the Willy Wonka remake.
I friggin' love that movie.
I did like that one. I mean, I know that.
And the Dark Shadows remake.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he should have steered clear of Christopher Lee or Tim Burton.
Maybe.
Yeah, but he was the bomb in Headless Horseman or Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, Sleepy Hollow, which is
and Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, that one. Like, but then like once Tim Burton left Lisa Marie, like his quality rate just went downhill. Like you're gonna leave a girl that could pass as Vampira for, you know, Helena Bonham Marla fucking singer.
I like Helena Bonham.
You get what you deserve.
I do.
I love that Lisa Marie Presley was his muse.
Yeah. It wasn't Lisa Marie Presley. It was just Lisa Marie. They're two different people.
I am literally just learning this for the first time. I always thought it was Lisa Marie Presley.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my God.
We shall have to look up.
I'm full of facts. It's too bad I have to go.
Yeah.
I thought
like a walking Snapple lid.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
All that's gone now. All that drama just shot to shit.
Yeah.
Oh well.
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Well, that's awesome. 5 good movies. 5 good curses. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
You're welcome. And have a good night, everybody. Have a great show. I'll be listening.
Yeah. Hey, man. Thanks for stopping by.
All right. I had to clear up that Friday the 13th stuff because it's easier for me to explain it rather than type it.
Well, I appreciate you doing that because I feel like we kind of had the gist of what you were saying, but I feel like we got a better understanding of it now. Well, we were getting there. We were working it out.
I was way off.
Don't sell yourself short. We were there.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you much.
Bye. Can I say something to Nicole?
Yes.
Oh God.
Can I say it?
Yes, go ahead.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
We love you.
I love you.
All right. Bye.
Bye,
See ya.
sweetie.
Nicole, I wasn't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to come on, but I can only stay for a few minutes. But I wanted to pop on and say hi and
Okay. Where
see
you
your
at?
amazing faces.
What great things do you have planned?
I have some meatballs in the oven. I'm gonna make a sandwich, and I'm gonna watch something.
It's going to be a meatball sandwich.
Meatball sandwich.
Now,
Yep.
are you going to go in like a sub roll or something like that? Or are we
Oh
going
yeah.
Okay. Well, I
It's the only
didn't
way
know
to do it.
you say sandwich. I don't automatically think, sub roll. I think, like
Mhm.
you're
It's a hoagie
smashing a
roll.
meatball between two slices of bread.
What kind
You know
of
what I
heat?
mean?
That's gonna make the bread soggy.
Hey,
Need a
It's a
crust.
meatball sandwich on a hoagie roll.
you're
need
talking
to
about
eat the crust.
America here. There are many people who have done that with their hamburgers over the years, and
Not in Philly.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
That's how.
Oh, look, Mike stopped in. Happy birthday, Nicole! Thanks for making me lose an hour and a half of my life with that crap movie. Okay,
It's a
You
good
know what,
movie, Mike? Quit your bitch.
Suck
Thanks,
my
Mike.
wake.
Oh, great outdoors reference. I love it.
Yeah, I didn't know if anybody would get that. Yes. Suck my wake.
Oh, you kidding me? I love that movie. Yeah. What do you say? It's a damn hero.
It's
Submarine
No.
sandwich, Mike.
no.
Hoagie.
It's a
Hoagie.
meatball
Sorry, I
parm.
messed it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meatball parm.
Meatball parm. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, well, since we only have you for a few minutes, did you want to throw out anything of your own that you feel is a good addition to the cursed topic?
Yes. We were doing cursed objects, right?
That counts.
Okay. Well, of course, the first thing that came to mind was Demon Knight
Demon Knight.
with the key with the blood in it.
Of course, it's a Sadler movie. Why
Yes,
would it be?
yes, of course. Why else? What else am I gonna bring up? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The key with the blood in it. What I would give to own that prop. Holy shit. Yeah,
That's cool.
I'd sell my car to buy that.
Or something that touched the hands of Sadler. Is that what we're going for here?
Well,
Well,
not gonna go there. Not while we're
among other
alive.
things. Among other things. I get what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
saying. Yeah. No, I hadn't thought about that one. That was good.
yeah. I mean, it's oh my god,
Pasta Fazool, baby.
Mike. Yeah,
Oh,
but yeah, Demon Knight. I mean, the whole concept was so original to me. Carrying the blood of Jesus Christ and trying to keep it away from the demon.
Yeah.
To stop the end of the world being covered in darkness. Yeah, it was just a great movie.
Yeah. It's it's a different take on the cursed object thing, because the object itself isn't truly cursed.
Right.
Like it doesn't affect the people who possess it in the sense that they're possessing it, but it draws demons who want it.
Yeah.
And
they're cursed to be chased
in a
by
sense,
demons.
yeah. If you are the one in possession of it and you are charged with keeping it, you get that strange little tattoo on your hand, where the stars align as the pursuing demon gets closer. That's cool. I hadn't thought about that one.
So you yourself is actually cursed because you have to carry this, throughout however many years.
Yeah, you're burdened with protecting the key.
Yeah, because in the movie he was over 100 years old. He had been chased since World War I.
Yeah, and that was another interesting dynamic of that movie. You were also saddled with the memories of everyone who had carried the key before you.
Yeah.
Sadler was saddled with the sadness that accompanied this key.
Yep, you got the flashbacks all the way back to Jesus being on the cross.
Right. Nice.
Thank
That's
you.
a good addition. I like it. I'll
Thank
accept it.
Plus, it's got one of the greatest line deliveries in history.
Fuck this
With,
cowboy shit. Fucking ho dunk, well then there, motherfucker.
What a great line. You know,
I still just randomly, if I'm having a down day, I'll just open up YouTube and watch that clip, and it
Just that one scene.
immediately
Yep.
makes me happy.
Yep.
that helps. That helps.
Yep.
Too bad Billy Zane's such a douche, but he's good in that.
I know.
Tell me about it. I tried to get him to write that. On my poster. He refused.
Oh, come on.
He did. He said it was too long. I was the only person in line, and he said it was too long.
Nice.
Yeah.
Should've just got him to.
He cleared everybody else out with his nonsense. Then he gets you the only person in his line. He's like, "Nah, it's too long."
Yeah.
Wouldn't want my hand to get tired writing that.
Yeah. Have to get ready to film Titanic too.
Yeah.
So go back to Titanic 2, Billy Zane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good one.
Thank
Any
you.
additional comments on the ones that Paul brought up?
No, because I've never seen any of the ones that
Yeah, I was gonna say, I The Grudge. I've seen
Do you want? Yeah. See, I never saw the original Grudge. I only saw the remake.
Right.
But have you seen the most recent one that came out 2 years ago with? Sorry.
I'm gonna say I didn't.
what was Lynn Shay?
I'm sitting here going, huh?
Yeah, the one with Lynn Shay and Sadler.
Oh
what?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sadler was her husband, wasn't he?
No.
Or no, who was he?
He was one of the I think one of the cops. I think one of the detectives.
Yeah. Sorry, because her husband was already dead or something.
Yeah, and John Cho was in it, and yeah,
I need to
it was
rewatch
good.
it. It wasn't what I was expecting, so
Right.
I need to hold off judgment. Because like Kyoko, is it Kyoko that's in The Grudge, or is she in The Ring? Either way,
Okay.
it was all new ghosts and stuff for this one, so I was waiting for some classic imagery to show up, and never did. So by the time the movie was over, I was like, did I like this?
Right.
So yeah, it was one of those.
2020.
Yeah, been a hot
Boy,
minute.
that one snuck under my radar.
I only watched it because Sadler was in it, because I've never been a huge fan of the Grudge movies, but I really enjoyed it.
Gotcha.
And I love John Cho. He's awesome.
Kumar, you mean? I mean, or Harold, I mean.
Yes, Harold.
No, he is cool. He is cool. I even liked him in those Star Trek remakes.
Yep, and American Pie. And that Missing movie he did was really good. I can't remember the name of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember either.
I forgot he was in the American Pie movies. He was the dude that just always screamed MILF, wasn't he?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, look at this. Hey, Don. Having dinner now, so at a free minute. Love you guys so much. Miss you all. Happy birthday.
Thank you, love.
And his pick is Pumpkinhead, which is actually a pretty good pick.
That's a really good pick.
Thank you, Don. That's actually on my list. But
It's on mine as well.
I will give
Is
it to you.
I'm trying to think of what's. See, that movie could go a few different ways with curses.
Uh-huh.
It could be the Pumpkinhead himself is cursed. It could be the witch is cursed. People who get cursed. There's a lot of cursing in Pumpkinhead.
Layers, like an onion.
Well, I take it as in the person who summons Pumpkinhead is cursed first, but he directs the actions of Pumpkinhead. So the people who are the target of Pumpkinhead are cursed by him. Right. So, and his business isn't done until he takes care of all of those people and then the person that summoned him.
Right.
So it's self-inflicted, but it took the knowledge of a very old woman, who I want to call her a witch, definitely. And I don't know if she's directly connected to Pumpkinhead, in the sense that she created it or developed the conduit between the real world and where he's from. That's kind of the impression that I got, that because she's the only one who knew how to bring him, into our world, and directed him. That's why he's like, "God damn you!" and she's like,
"He already has, son."
I
was just gonna bring that up because, that makes her. She's self-proclaimed cursed.
Yeah. Exactly.
She admits that she's damned, and
yeah.
Right. And it was Bunt that told the people, "Y'all marked."
Yeah.
Marked? What do you mean marked? Yeah. So they're cursed too. Yeah.
Y'all done fucked up.
Yeah. I can't help you.
I was
marked.
It was on Adam and Paul's Facebook group today. Somebody was shitting on Pumpkinhead. I don't. Yeah. And just you guys talking about that scene right there with, the goddamn you, and old witch Haggis is just like he already has. Like everything about that scene, like the lighting, the music, the way she looks. How do you hate this fucking movie?
You can't.
It is a dark fairy tale brought to screen.
Yeah, it's one of the few movies that Stan Winston did himself.
And they did such a great job with the details just in her cottage, I guess you'd call it, in her little house with, the spider crawling over the cup. But, all the little things in the background that you have to probably watch a few times to catch. It's just incredible. Like she really has lived there for 100 fucking years,
Yeah, it's right up there with legend for these sets that are just, you'd swear it was just real.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, I know everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but sometimes I just feel some people are just flat out wrong.
Well, sometimes opinions are wrong. And that one is. Pumpkin is one of the greatest movies ever made.
Yeah. But sometimes people come to the party too late. So it might be that he didn't view this movie at a time in his life when he was willing to accept magic.
Yeah.
So way too after that, he's like, you've seen a whole bunch of other processed bullshit, and he's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
I mean? So anyhow.
I mean, I think it holds up, but for some people it might not.
Me too. Yeah, Stan Winston didn't direct a lot of movies, but this was one of them.
Yeah.
And I think that trying to think. It was probably an interview with Brian Bramer that I was watching where he was talking about it. Like the reason that Stan Winston didn't direct a lot of movies and swore he'd never do another one is because he didn't like all the pressure that he got, from the studio, and it was just like he internalized everything, and like directing a movie seriously took a toll on him, and he would rather just do special effects and things like that.
Right.
So, but he's killer. He's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, case in point, we all love Pumpkinhead, and
and we all love Brian Bremer.
Yeah, we do.
I do.
What a good guy. I got a personal Facebook message from him, on my birthday on Wednesday.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, I got this message from him. He's like, happy birthday, young man. I was like, holy shit, thank you.
I don't have mine on Facebook, so yeah.
Right. Yeah. But I thought that was cool.
Very cool. He's such a nice guy. Nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I still have a crush on him. 35 years later, I got a crush. I still have a crush on him.
I gotcha. Yep. Yeah. Thought it was funny how he kept calling you Mrs. Bunt.
Mrs. Bunt. Yes.
That was cool. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take off. I got to go check my dinner.
All right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Lovely to see you.
I wish I could stay longer, but
yeah. Enjoy that meatball hoagie.
Meatball parm.
Meatball parm.
Meatball parm. There's cheese on top of it, so it's going to be a parm.
Yeah. Is there any other way?
Good. No.
Right?
Put cheese on anything. Hell.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. Don't burn the meatballs.
Love you guys.
Love you.
Mr. Faces.
All right.
Is Ryan on the phone?
He is. It's probably one of those calls from work. This might fall apart in a minute. He might end up having to go somewhere on an emergency call. It almost seems like he's trying to talk somebody through something.
Yeah. All right. Well, tell him I said good night and I love him and I love your faces.
All right. I sure will.
All right. Good night, sweetheart.
Take care.
Up there he is.
Night, Nicole.
Good night, Ryan. Sorry. That's all right. Love you.
Love you. No, there's my son. He's got PlayStation Plus, and he I don't know why. Everything else is auto withdrawal. But for some reason with PlayStation Plus, every month it cancels and we have to order it again. Should just buy it for the year, I guess. I don't know.
What?
But he has access to my credit card on his account. But he will not, even though he knows he can get PlayStation Plus, he will not do it without asking me first.
Oh, wow.
So he's at his mom's tonight, and he called and asked if he could. So that's what that was all about.
That's cool. Well, hey.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like he's a good kid.
Yeah, he also knows that I budget like a motherfucker, though, and if any money goes missing out of my account, I'll notice it within like 12 hours.
Oh, dude. I've been like the single income of this house like ever since we got married. I mean, there was only a couple of years where my wife was able to like work full time. You know, the rest of the time I just let her stay home with the kids. So like I was insane about budgeting. I carried my checkbook with me. If I got gas, I wrote it down the moment that I got it. You know what I mean? And made the deductions every time I did something. It's like I knew more or less to the penny what I had to work with. So I get it. That it's rough.
Okay, especially right now in Canada. Holy.
Yeah.
I guess your guys' inflation is just as bad, but
yeah, we've got some pretty good significant inflation, but
$25 for chicken thighs is not right. That's all I'm saying.
No, that sounds terrible.
It is.
Makes you want to find like an alternative for meat. You're gonna go.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
You're gonna go vegetarian, not because you want to be, but you know.
Well, I mean, I'm very, as you know, I'm very anti-gun, but I am this close to getting some rifles and just going out and shooting some fucking deer.
Yeah, or score a moose. How long would that keep you? Just gonna have to increase your freezer space.
Yeah. Yeah. Because at this rate, it would be far cheaper just to buy a freezer and guns and just kill a bunch of fucking animals.
I feel you. Yeah. No, and you know, I don't think anybody can blame you for that.
Yeah. Well, no, hunting's huge here. Everybody hunts.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right.
Anyway, sorry, I'm off topic.
No problem. So I don't know. I don't have a lot of like I was saying before, a lot of obscure, references for films, but that's okay. Considering that I don't, I would say that, everything I'm going to mention is something that you've seen, and would give us the ability to talk about it. What is your feeling on Bram Stoker's Dracula from the 90s?
So this is actually on my second chance September.
Okay.
I missed it because I was at the flea market, so now I'm just trying to find the time to watch it.
Okay.
Because as of right now, I don't like it.
Okay.
But I watched it when I was like 14.
Okay.
So I feel that a lot of it was probably lost on me.
Gotcha.
14-year-old Ryan was pretty innocent.
Okay. And that's fine. And I'm referencing specifically, like the opening scenes of it.
Yeah, like where he's wearing the Twizzler.
Yeah. Yeah, he's wearing the Twizzlers armor, and his love killed herself, thinking that he was dead. He renounces God in that scene in the chapel where her dead body lies, and of course stabs the crucifix and it bleeds, and he drinks it, and basically becomes this thing as a result. I kind of feel like that sort of makes this a curse movie. I mean, curse himself, by those actions. But yeah, I didn't know. I wanted to open up for your thoughts on it. I mean, would you consider that to be a curse movie?
I 100% would, yeah.
Okay.
I've actually always considered Dracula to be like a curse, the curse of the. And they through a lot of other vampire films, it's not just through the main vampire, but through his victims, because a lot of the times the curse can be lifted if you kill the head vampire.
Sure. Yeah, the
actually, Fright Night we just watched was a good example of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I liked how they always use kind of like the royal structure. They refer to like siring as making new vampires, but like if you essentially kill the king or the queen, you've eliminated all of the positions beneath it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like you have no kingdom. It's
kill
that
the head,
idea.
the body will die.
Right. So I always thought that was an interesting structure about that, and I don't know if that was the reasoning behind it. Like whenever this lore was developed, where that original thought or idea came from. As far as kill the OG, the rest of them, they're no longer vampires. If that was
because that was never in Dracula, was it?
I don't believe so.
What the first movie was to do it.
That came later. Yeah,
Paul's gone. I don't even hear yet. They would have been able to answer it. Those dudes love those fucking classic monster flicks.
Yeah, just don't talk about the Voyage of the Demeter.
Oh yeah. I still need to see that because honestly,
me too.
Fucking, I know it only fueled me more. I'm like, I'm probably gonna fucking love this movie.
Yeah. Although I do feel like they came up with some issues with the movie that might bother me. Like there was some agendas written into the story that maybe be like, really, we're doing this with a story from the 1800s. Like I sympathize with their thoughts on that, but I mean, I still want to see, the story and how it's written on that ship.
The big thing I keep hearing is at the end of the day, it's just a practical effects monster movie that's, like you said, paper thin plot that maybe gets a little heavy handed in certain areas. That never really bothers me in movies. I just like to see guys in rubber suits kick the shit out of people. So.
Yeah. And I also, I hope I'm hoping that what they were saying isn't true, that it basically they don't do anything during the day except talk and wait for night to come to be where one person is just the next meal. I hope it's not like that. I'm hoping that they're like trying to figure out what's going on and coming up with a plan for,
At the end of the day, I guess like my understanding is they do find one girl in a box.
Okay.
And a very valid argument I heard is, why did they not open at that? Like as soon as you find a person in one of the shipping containers, you open the rest of the shipping containers. They don't do. I know they don't do that. Yeah, they don't do that. So obviously these people are not super bright. So I am betting there will be several full daylight scenes where they are doing nothing at all.
That sucks. Well, I'll try to go into it with an open mind. I'm still planning on watching it, but yeah, I really hope it's not like that. But if it is, I might have similar issues with it.
Yeah. See what happens when it finally comes.
Yeah. All right. So cool. We agree. Dracula is a cursed.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Cursed character. All right. Well, since it's just the two of us. Is there anything that has made your list that you would like to throw up as an example of a cursed movie?
Yeah, let's keep the classic monster train going. I'm going to say The Mummy.
Nice. Which version would you like to reference first?
I am going to go with the only one I've seen, which is the 1999 Brendan Fraser.
Fraser? Yeah.
Fraser classic.
Uh-huh.
Because those gentlemen were cursed the minute they opened the tomb. Imhotep was going to swallow their soul or whatever the hell it is he did. Imhotep himself was apparently given like the greatest curse in the history of curses. He was given immortality and the ability to control bugs and all this really cool shit. I mean, I thought curses were supposed to be bad, but this guy.
Yeah, he got all the benefits of a curse.
The good stuff. And they didn't even mummify him properly, so he got to keep his brain and everything.
Yeah. He just got eaten alive by scarab beetles.
Small price to pay for immortality.
Yeah, that part kind of sucked for him.
I think the original is similar plot-wise. I think you still get the curse and Imhotep having to track down certain people. I don't know though. Have you ever seen the original?
I can't say that I have. I'm willing to bet that in this new project I got going with Mike, that's going to be on my list of movies. I actually have it back here. He lent me a series of films. Let me grab that real quick. Without trying to knock my cat off this chair. 1 second.
Yep.
So, yeah. So the only reason I'm in possession of these is because Mike got all of them on Blu-ray. So, like, all classic stuff. So there's
I have that exact collection.
Frankenstein. Oh, you got them. Okay.
Yeah. I've never watched them, but I got them.
There's The Mummy.
I don't have The Mummy. I just have Frankenstein, the Wolfman, and Dracula.
Okay. And there's more than one movie on here. So this includes The Mummy's Hand, The Mummy's Tomb, The Mummy's Ghost, The Mummy's Curse, Mummy Dearest, a horror tradition on Earth. So that's a documentary. But yeah, like these are legit. There's a lot on these.
Those collections. And the one I got came with busts.
Creature from the Black Lagoon. Like I'm kind of excited about this. Like there's a lot of classics that I haven't seen, and I feel like we're gonna take a deep dive into these when we actually start talking about them.
I have watched I got the Dracula one of those. I have watched a couple of those, mostly because I was really curious about the Spanish version of Dracula. So what they did was back in the day, they would film the English version during the day, and they would use the same sets, and the Spanish actors would come on at night, and they would film the Spanish version of the movie.
Okay.
So, but the general consensus seems to be that the Spanish version of Dracula is actually a lot better than the English version, because the Spanish crew would watch the dailies from the English version and see what worked and what didn't, and make the corrections for when they were filming the Spanish scenes at night.
Wow. That's interesting. Mike says he was cursed when Nicole made him watch Hell House LLC today.
It's a good movie.
I liked it too. And he did not like the fact that I had something positive to say about it. He's like, it's the worst. Bored me to death.
It's spooky. It's a good spooky haunted house. Is it a curse? Is it movie? The hotel was kind of cursed. The Abaddon.
That's a good idea. I don't know. It seems more of a haunting to me. I don't know if it was really, because shit just happened to them because they showed up in this place.
Yeah, like if they had left, they would have been fine. So yeah, I agree. Never mind, I take it back. Still a good movie though. Mike can shut up.
Where the fuck is Adam when I need him? Not here. And I'm pretty sure he thinks that movie's amazing. So he's not backing you up. Yeah, he's not here, so we're gonna speak for him. All right. I'm gonna go in a slightly different direction. Because I don't think that necessarily a curse movie has to 100% be a horror movie, because there's it can apply to a lot of things, and I know I've seen movies that technically aren't horror movies that are curse movies. One that I'm going to throw out, I don't know if you've seen this. It's a Western. It's a Clint Eastwood Western. If you're super familiar with those. No, High Plains Drifter. Okay. It's a vengeful spirit story. So like, just to give you the brief rundown of it, it's this Western town, it's not a large place. And there's these, shitty cowboys that roll in and want to do some nasty stuff. The sheriff is basically the only person to stand in the way. Gets whipped to death.
Oh.
Yeah. And like all the townspeople were basically too afraid to help him. And the town ultimately becomes under the control of this group of cowboys. I mean, there is a deputy who wanted to help him, but he was actually a little person. So there's a little person in the movie who was basically his best friend and wanted to help him, and he's the only person who kind of like felt grief over his death.
That does
sounds familiar. Yeah. So they do the whole like hazy desert opening, with the a rider just coming into town, you know what I mean, seemingly appearing out of nothing, you know what I mean, just materializing in the shaky heat of the desert, and rolls in, and he's just got this attitude about him, and this town is under the control of this cowboys. He says, I can help you, and he starts making these demands for his help. So he's getting a free room in the hotel, he's getting, free ladies from the local house, you know what I mean? He's getting free meals, stuff like that. And then he starts directing these people on what they're going to do to save their town. So he creates this hellscape. They paint all the buildings red, sets these big fires when the cowboys are coming into town. He even painted the sign, the entry to the sign. He even painted hell right over the sign, and these cowboys come in, and one by one he kills them. More or less reminds the leader at the very end, the one that basically ordered his death, about his death, and you kind of find out who he really was. So he exacts his revenge. He made his buddy, the little person, the sheriff of the town, and he leaves the same way he came in. He just rides off into the desert, and you just see him kind of vanish. So really cool movie. And I thought it was inventive. Like, I don't think anything else at the time was really like that, but I could be wrong. But if you haven't seen it, I recommend it. High Plains.
What was it called again?
High Plains Drifter.
High Plains Drifter. Sounds good. I don't know why I don't watch more Westerns. The ones I've seen, I do like.
Yeah. Well, Westerns aren't for everybody. It's, I don't like every Western that I see. I was never really like super huge into the more popular ones. I grew up with like the Clint Eastwood, like spaghetti Westerns, those, all the ones that were filmed in Italy, and movies like this. and Joe Kidd, all those. I watched them all, but I was hit or miss with a lot of the other popular ones. So like I've gone back and watched some of them since, like one or two John Wayne movies. But for the most part, I was a big Clint Eastwood fan.
No, I can count on my one hand the amount I've seen.
Yeah.
Every single one I liked. And I was like, I should watch more Westerns. And I never.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. Sometimes I like when they remake one. You know what I mean? They're not all awesome, but I mean, sometimes they are. I could say I felt the Magnificent Seven, the remake of that was a pretty good movie. Yeah, I went back and watched the original after the fact, and I was like, oh, like I'm not even sure why somebody decided to remake this, because I felt the original was kind of weak, But although it was kind of an all-star cast, it's the remake was awesome. The remake had, Denzel Washington, Vincent D'Onofrio.
Oh shit!
Chris Pratt was in it. There's a couple other notables in there, but those are the most memorable names that are coming off the top of my head at the moment. But yeah, you catch the remake of that was pretty good. But yeah, High Plains Drifter, I feel matches the curse thing simply because it was a wrongful death, a vengeful spirit, and he only returned to right a wrong.
Yep. No, that qualifies as a curse. Yeah, they were cursed because of their actions.
So
makes sense to me.
Not necessarily a horror movie, but I think it fits the bill.
Definitely got some horror elements to it.
Oh, sure. Yep. Yeah.
I'm going to go.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to go with a horror movie because that's basically all I know as far as curse movies go.
All right.
I'm going to go with Thinner from '98, Stephen King.
Very nice. Very nice. I did not see the movie.
Really?
Yes.
From a special effect standpoint, pretty decent. Robert John Burke in a fat suit does look a little silly. But once he starts getting like super thin, it's pretty nasty looking.
Yeah. I'm going to be that guy.
Little problematic nowadays.
I'm going to say I read the book, and that's all I did.
That's okay. The book is probably better.
I can't say that because I didn't see the movie.
It's silly. It is silly. It's hard to take seriously, but like I said, from a special effects standpoint, it is pretty interesting to see the transformation because it's all done practically. Like I said, the gypsy stuff is a little
hokey.
I don't want to outright say offensive, but it's pretty offensive. I can see some people getting upset.
I can see that too.
And you know what? Rightfully so, because they are not painted as nice people at all.
No.
But
and that's kind of the thing. It's almost a slur now, to refer to somebody as that. I mean, I don't know that specifically, but I've heard it floating around. People don't like that term a lot.
No, it's
and they took a very
I believe it's because of the outlook, like the portrayal of them as a people, because through everything they were never painted in a good light. They were
right,
and they're just trying to move away from that. I get it. I understand.
Right.
And you got to respect with it. If they don't like that, then you don't.
And this took a very stereotypical view, I feel.
Oh yeah. Right down to
yeah. It's almost like, kind of like a racist view almost.
But in '98, see, it wasn't. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
Kind of like a lot of other stuff. Well, I mean, it comes with the genre. Unfortunately, there's a lot of negative stereotypes that have been portrayed in horror for quite a while that were staples of the norm, like you would expect them.
Yeah.
But hey, man, if Disney can keep it in and learn from it, then so can horror movies, right? They just got to put that little blurb at the beginning saying we believe in keeping things the way they are and learn from them and move on and be better people because of it.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Which is why we still have that. Which is why we still have those very questionable scenes in Peter Pan. But yeah, it is worth a watch just for the special effects alone. And Robert John Burke does a fantastic job in it.
Cool.
The ending is good. I don't know what the ending is in the book, but it surprised me.
I recall there being a pie.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The pie's in the movie.
Yeah.
Yes, they actually do say the word curse several times, so it's definitely a curse movie.
And making the decision to share the pie with someone.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. So it sounds like it's the exact same ending as the book.
Yeah, it sounds to me like they didn't steer very far away from the original source material. So,
which is surprising for King.
Yeah, definitely. Like a lot of his books, are kind of long, but like the Richard Bachman books really weren't. They were much shorter than his typical endeavors.
And I know King has always been considered a pulpy writer, but Bachman, I feel, was him really just getting to experiment with that. Like you could tell King was just wanting to go like full gas station bookshelf. He wanted popcorn, like basically popcorn movie version of a book.
Yeah.
And you get that with stuff like The Running Man and Thinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thinner was a Bachman book, right?
It was.
Yeah.
It was the 5th one, I believe. I was a big King fan for a few years, and I ended up reading a couple of the Bachman books. I read Rage, which, man, that'd be a triggering story to do it now, because it was about taking your classmates hostage in a school.
That's right.
Yeah.
Someone else read.
And of course, he did The Long Walk. He did Road Work. He did The Running Man, and Thinner. Those are the 5 that I know.
The Running Man is a fantastic book.
Yeah. I didn't, believe it or not, I didn't read the book. I think I still have it. And I understand that the movie is wildly different.
Oh, there is zero similarities.
Yeah.
Other than there is a character named the hell is the game show host name?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Anyway,
I can't remember now.
That character is in the book. He is not a game show host.
Okay.
There is a game show host, but it's something different. And the story is more like you ever see that Van Damme flick, Hard Target?
Uh-huh.
Where he's got to run through the different cities and stuff, and that's the book. He's let loose in the world, and the hunters are more like literal bounty hunters. They're not these
nice.
Big elaborate characters. It's literally just guys in street clothes carrying guns.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, very, very different, but very good.
Yeah. A couple other comments, talking points here. The Mask with Jim Carrey. The Mask was cursed by Loki.
Another great example of non-horror.
Yeah, it is a good example of non-horror. And of course, we got Olin here. Hey, Olin. Drag Me to Hell is one of my favorite cursed movies.
I don't like Drag Me to Hell. Fucking
yeah.
hate that movie.
I don't recall being in love with it when I saw it either, but I did only watch it once. I feel like I need to give it a second chance. So maybe that's my second chance September.
Actually, you know what? That's fair. I'm surprised I didn't add it. I have only seen it once myself too.
Yeah. But that's perfect because wasn't Paul saying that this Night of the Demon movie that he talked about earlier was basically
Drag Me to Hell was like a loose remake or something? Yeah.
Something like that. So yeah. Or were they basically the same movie? He said he loved them both, but he cited the older movie first because he felt it inspired this one.
I can't even tell you why I don't like Drag Me to Hell. Normally I don't mind when Raimi combines comedy and horror, but I just felt it didn't vibe right with this. The comedy didn't work for me with Drag Me to Hell.
Yeah. I got to give it another shot because I can't. Yeah. I also cannot tell you what it was that rubbed me the wrong way about it.
Yeah, I own it on Blu-ray. I should just watch it.
But who knows? It may have been a slowness in the story. It may have been a gimmick that I didn't care for, and I just decided in that moment, oh, I don't like this. You know what I mean? But if I go back and look at it now, I might have different eyes to see this because I've done that with several movies now, where like I decided on a first viewing that I didn't care for it. It's a piece of shit. I don't like it. You know, and I'm like, you know what? Why didn't I like that? And I'll go back and check it out again, and I'll be like, huh. Why didn't I like this the first time?
I'm surprised it's with Second Chance September. I'm surprised it's actually happened to me more than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Well, Cabin in the Woods was a surprise. Fright Night was a big surprise. Okay. But and I thought nothing was going to be Fright Night for me because I was convinced that because I gave Fright Night initially, I gave it I think a 1.5 and now it's a 4. Wow. Texas Chainsaw, Netflix's Texas Chainsaw today. I didn't even want to give that movie a rating the first time I watched it.
Yeah.
And I loved it today. I was like, this is a 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
Fucking rules.
I liked it a lot. And I accept, several of the criticisms that people give that movie. Leatherface would be, 70 years old. There's no effing way. It's like, why the hell is he there? They had all these questions. I'm like, I can't really refute any of that. But to me, I think they're and I'm projecting here. I don't know what the writers intended. I'm just hoping that they explore my version, my idea what this movie is. I don't think that's the real Leatherface, if I'm being honest with you. I think it's a younger version who's associated, with the family, like perhaps an illegitimate child of Leatherface, because there's plenty of people held captive there. They've hinted at it in other stories that are related to Texas Chainsaw, that there's been children.
They established in part 3 that girl was Leatherface's. Hi.
Yeah. What's up?
In a few minutes, can I borrow you to carry her upstairs?
Oh, yeah.
Save my back.
Yeah, I'll step away in a couple minutes.
Yeah, no rush. She just fell asleep, but
okay.
I have bad back from sleeping on the couch, so you're carrying her up.
Okay. I'll have to take a short break here in a few minutes and carry my child upstairs.
I was going to say she is being awfully quiet. Is she under the weather?
No, I don't think so. She just she hasn't been she doesn't sleep great, so her pattern's off right now, and she'll go to bed late and she'll get up early. So she went to school all week, basically in a sleep deficit, and then we had one night where she fell asleep almost the moment she got home, slept for hours, and was up all night. So she's completely out of a cycle right now. Yeah, she's just falling asleep
is
early.
The exact same way.
Yeah,
exactly what you said. Her second day back from school, I came home because they usually get home around 3:30. I get home by 5.
Yeah,
she's passed out in her bed, slept till 9:00 at night. Then I think she was up all night. And And I've tried everything. You take away the tablets, you take away the TVs, then you catch them reading. Take away the books. And I've literally just caught her with stuffed animals on her bed at 3:00. I'm like, well, I tried. There's only so much you can do.
Exactly. The brain's too busy, she just can't settle down, same thing. But yeah, I feel like they gave you a bunch of clues. This is a town, it's not the house out in, the Texas, prairies, you know what I mean?
But he does go back to the house at the end of the movie.
Yeah, he's in an orphanage. You know what I mean? With one caregiver who seems to be very protective of him. But she has a medical event. And is no longer able to protect him. He's very attached to her, and he freaks the hell out, and just goes on a rampage to punish the people that caused this. And at the end of the movie, of course, he returns to the house, which proves that he'd been there.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the family vacated at some point, left him in someone's care, but he'd been exposed to all the violence in the house, and everything that they are. So it's just my own personal feelings on my own theory on it. So I mean, it's not like when no one's ever said that this is what they were doing. It's just my projection, my feelings, and how I justify liking it. I don't think it's the real Leatherface.
My going into it this time, because I was expecting like the staples. I was expecting the family. I was expecting everything. Texas Chainsaw is one of those movies that it's been attempted to be replicated so many times and it's always a failure.
Yeah.
And I was expecting them to try it again with this one, especially with going back, like touting it as a legacy sequel and bringing back the old characters. So my first viewing, I was expecting something completely different. I went into it this time with angry big man has chainsaw, and I loved it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
I don't need any other explanation other than that. If just turn your brain off, guy goes nuts with a chainsaw, fantastic. That's exactly what it delivers.
Yeah. No, 100%. That's what I wanted. That's what they gave me. And I really did enjoy the bus scene because we had all the, all the modern,
oh, Jesus.
People and their behaviors and things that they say, and it was just satisfying, me being, a previous generation from that, just to see, them absolutely get punished for being there and having no idea what to do. And there were some brutal kills in that. And that was a legit massacre, which they didn't really have. Yeah. In any of the other movies. So this movie delivered on its name.
Yep. There were like 8 movies into the franchise and we finally got a chainsaw massacre that happens in Texas.
Exactly. Man, the bisecting body of that chick going out the window. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God,
that was great.
That's the other thing I think when I hadn't gotten into the whole TikTok craze when the first time I saw it. Yeah. I have since unfortunately downloaded the app and I am fucking hooked on TikTok. So the first time I saw the movie, I was like, there's nobody that is this stupid. But after watching TikToks for over a year and watching this movie again, I'm like, oh yeah, they would totally do that.
Yeah, this would work.
They would totally be like trying to get you canceled, bro. I'm like, no, that is exactly what some piece of shit influencer would think that he could say.
Yeah, they weren't reaching. They weren't reaching at all with this.
No, this is exactly how this would play out. People are that fucking stupid.
Yeah. So, the only thing that really got me is that I didn't like. Now I will agree that that Sally was kind of wasted in this. I did enjoy the fact that they brought that character back in. I liked the fact that she was so obsessed with this, with trying to find this family and putting an end to, their existence based on her experience. I like the fact that was her, like she was the Captain Ahab, of the story, looking for Moby Dick, and that was cool. Hey Adam, what's up?
There he is.
Just 3 of us, huh? This is awesome.
At the moment, that's where we are. But we were just talking about
Netflix,
Ryan's second chance September, and how his feelings on the Netflix Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. So, which is not related to cursed movies at all. But
I don't even know how we got on that. Yeah.
We were just talking about other stuff, and it started with Drag Me to Hell. And
that's right.
We both feel like we need to give that a second chance. I'm going to put it on the list because
that was definitely on my list.
Yeah.
Drag Me to Hell.
Feel free to talk about it because I'm putting it on the list now.
And neither one of us had a lot to say about it, so yeah, you go ahead.
We didn't. Yeah, we'd love to have your thoughts on it. And I'm gonna step out for a couple minutes to carry my child upstairs because she fell asleep early. Yeah. And Mike is sure now he shows up.
Hey, Adam,
So-
what do you think of Hell House LLC?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
I haven't seen it.
What?
There, okay, Mike. Now you can shut up.
Mike thought for sure you'd back him up on it. It's a piece of shit. So,
Nah, I don't think I've seen it.
all right, I'll be right.
All right. Oh, is that the one with Zach Baggins?
Who the fuck is
Zach
that?
Baggins? He's like a ghost hunter,
Oh no, that's shit.
like Demon House or something.
Yeah. Fuck, I can't think of the name.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, talk about Drag Me to Hell, and I'll probably scream out the name of that other movie in the middle.
Okay. Drag Me to Hell. I thought that was a really good movie. I think it's right up there with one of Sam Raimi's best. I thought it was a pretty cool return to the horror genre for him. I don't know. There's just so many great. What do you say about that movie? You got the old gypsy lady, with like like the one dead eye, and like she's just all gross looking, and she curses that poor. I can't remember that girl's name. But that poor lady that denies her the bank loan. I don't know. I think it's a really good movie. Justin Long is in it, I think, right? And
Yeah, he plays the boyfriend.
he's always good in these movies. And it's kind of like a nice little. It's like Evil Dead meets Paranormal Activity sort of movie, and I don't know. I liked it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Got the nice dire ending. I don't know. It stuck with me when I saw it for the first time, and it's definitely in my semi-regular rotation. I think it's a pretty good movie.
Jesus Christ, Clint, what'd you do? Run down the hall and throw her from the 10-yard line?
No, just on a mission. All I did was walk out, scoop her up, carry her upstairs, come right back down, grab a beer, and I'm back.
Oh, I need to grab one.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed the discussion on Drag Me to
Adam
Hell.
was basically the things that we weren't too sure about it, or what Adam liked.
Okay.
He liked sorry for speaking for you. Like you felt it was classic Raimi. Like the comedy and the horror and the.
I think it meshes right well with his the rest of his filmography. I think it has the Evil Dead vibes with it. Some of the gross out stuff that happens when like the old gypsy lady attacks the girl in the parking lot in the beginning. I think it's a really good movie.
Cool. Well, then I definitely need to give it a second chance. Yeah.
Mike agrees with you. Take that as well.
Mike is surprised that you guys agree on this. So, anyhow, yeah, absolutely. So you see that we haven't gone super far. Paul came in here and dropped about 5 movies on us.
I was going to say, half the list is Paul.
Yeah. And Nicole dropped 5 just long enough to say Demon Knight.
Okay.
And we did talk about Pumpkinhead.
That was Dawn.
Dracula. Which Dracula?
I went with the Bram Stoker one from the 90s, simply because of the opening scene.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
That's
definitely a curse.
I felt that was a good example of him cursing himself by renouncing God. So,
yep.
And of course, Ryan brought up Brendan Fraser's The Mummy. And I threw a Western in there, High Plains Drifter. You ever see it?
I love that movie. Oh, yeah, I love High Plains Drifter.
That's a good movie.
It's not one that would immediately come to mind when thinking of this topic, but 100% fits.
Yeah, and I don't even know what made me think of it. It's just I think I was going through what I felt constituted a curse and different variations of it. Whether it's a cursed object or a symbol, or if it's an actual it was vengeful spirit, like a wrongful death. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the spirit wanting to right a wrong. You know what I mean? That's what put me on that thought process of that. I was like, well, fuck, High Plains Drifter is that, and it's not even a horror movie.
Right. Yeah, the curse thing is weird because it's kind of you can approach it so many different ways. like where the curse comes from. It doesn't necessarily have to be like, I don't know, like a witch doctor or something that like puts a curse on you. It can just be,
Right.
you know, like a vengeful spirit or what have you.
Or the island voodoo priest that brings the zombies up out of the ground, you know.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. 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 So that's kind of where we're at with it, and we've been going back and forth, you know, a little bit on movies, whether or not we think they're curses and whether they're not. I mean, I didn't put one on the list here, but I thought maybe I'd get your take on it. We had a brief discussion on Friday the 13th, and Paul felt that that it was kind of a cursed movie, you know, because he referred to his idea of it,
the death curse, right? Yeah.
Right.
I mean, when I was kind of sort of just brainstorming this topic earlier today, that movie came to mind. You know, that old guy that keeps talking about the death curse, he definitely seems to think so. You know?
Crazy Ralph.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Paul had an interesting take on it. Maybe he shared it with you before, but he felt that Pamela Voorhees was more of a revenant, and even after her passing, her spirit was still directing, you know, a live being, you know, to continue killing on her behalf. So that might be like something that's, you know, just part of his imagination. I don't know if that's really part of the story, but I liked the idea, you know.
I've never heard that ever, so I'm going to go with probably not. It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it. It kind of fixes a couple of things, you know what I mean?
So what are we saying? That she was, all right, so she was a remnant. So she becomes a remnant after she gets killed in the first movie?
Yeah, he used the term revenant. But more or less, even after death, she still had power to kill, you know, beyond the grave.
Yeah.
So like her head's in the shack in part 2, you know, and it's clearly impactful on the being that's doing the killing.
Right.
You know.
It could be. Yeah. Just because I've never heard of that before doesn't make it not true. I just
And who knows what the writer really intended there, but because I don't recall ever watching an interview where they basically said, "Well, this is what I was trying to do," you know.
Right.
I don't think anybody's ever thought about the franchise that much.
Probably not.
It's a solid idea, though. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, like they never really did a whole lot with Pamela Voorhees after that first movie. You know, I remember. I know it's thought it was clever when they sort of kind of brought her back for Freddy versus Jason, and like that whole his whole motivation was going to Elm Street was because, you know, Freddy disguised himself as her, and he just immediately listens to her and does whatever she tells him to do. So I thought, you know, to that extent, I thought that was pretty cool. I think it would be neat if she was a character, if she was kind of recurring throughout the franchise, because I think that would be kind of like, if she was a revenant and directing his moves, then that would kind of infer that she's always around. She's always been around.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just never really got that impression that she was still
right,
like a supernatural force controlling what Jason does and where he goes and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I just thought every time that
it's a good idea.
Yeah, I just thought every time that she occurred
put that in practice
throughout the franchise later, it was kind of just like a hallucination of his.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So I'd never really considered that either. So, but I like thinking on it now that I've been put on that mindset.
One of the Easter eggs in the Friday 13th video game is that one that came out a couple of years ago.
Okay.
You can track down tapes that were Betsy Palmer's, well, not Betsy Palmer, she was dead, but like Pamela Voorhees recorded like audio journals of the loneliness and depression and stuff she was feeling after Jason's death. And there's quite a few of them to find in the game. It actually does put a lot into the Pamela Voorhees backstory. It is a pretty cool little listen.
If she had just walked around the woods a little bit, she would have found him. He was still alive.
Yeah, right?
Oh, that's
just hanging out in the woods.
He was like 5 feet away from the campsite.
Yeah. He's hanging out in the woods in a shack eating squirrels.
He was,
you know?
Less time recording your blog, more time looking for your son later.
Yeah.
He was like YOLO out in the woods. She's all depressed, and he's like having the time of his life.
Yeah. He was just incredibly bad at direction. He couldn't make his way back to camp.
Yeah.
All those years.
I desperately want to see that now, like a sunny little like montage, like with really upbeat music. Jason trying to build his hobo shack, taking a step back, arms out, just all proud of what he's doing. Then a wall comes down, and he's like, "Oh,
wake me up before you go." And he's got like the squirrels and shit, and he's like, "Oh man, this is awesome."
Just feeding him like a Disney princess.
I'm having a great time, and then you cut to like Pamela Voorhees,
just crying, listening to My Chemical Romance or something. Playing the Black Parade for like the 30th time.
I want to see a montage of him doing something in the woods that looks like a Mentos commercial from the. Anyhow, and we also had a brief discussion as to whether or not we thought that Nightmare on Elm Street was technically a cursed movie, and I don't know if we really made a determination on that. We felt like it wasn't, but what's your take on it?
That's where it disappeared.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Yeah,
because
inherently his character was a bad person. You know what I mean? And he was essentially lynched by the town folks, but like his spirit did not leave. You know what I mean? Like he was no longer in the corporeal world, but he was in the dream world and was attacking their children through their dreams. So he's kind of a vengeful spirit, but he wasn't like wrongfully murdered or anything like that. So I didn't know if it counted as a curse. I feel it's a gray area.
Well, I mean, they did kill him to seek retribution. It was like a revenge killing.
Mm-hmm.
He did kind of like, in a way, it's almost like how Dracula, came back from his own death in Bram Stoker's to kind of, mock God. He comes back in a new form, stronger form, to basically get even with the the parents that killed him. I mean, if you.
But see, that was all taken out of the actual the film's release.
Yeah,
it wasn't like he was going after just the parents, like the kids' parents that killed him.
Yeah,
that was all taken out. So what we have is
the dream demons and all that. Yeah.
And one of my supporting arguments for it being a cursed story was the fact that in part 3, I think it was, they went to the junkyard and found his body and basically performed a ritual on it in order to lay him to rest.
Oh, right.
So
it didn't happen.
To me, it kind of fits, but still, I think it's kind of a gray area.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's really like the whole thing about Nightmare on Elm Street is like there's a whole other mechanics to it that they never go into great lengths about.
Mm-hmm.
Like what Freddy is and all that stuff, and it changes with every movie. So if somebody threw that out there, I wouldn't have like a huge problem with it or anything.
If there was ever a franchise that needed maybe a bit more explanation, It would be Nightmare on Elm Street. Instead, we get 45 minutes of Michael Myers having a shitty childhood, when what we really need is a backstory on Fred Krueger.
Right.
Or at least what's going on. Because all we have right now is Alice Cooper and
no, you're right. Yeah,
Dream Snakes.
They give the wrong character the much needed backstory.
Yeah. Mike's in the comments and he throws this out. I've not seen this movie. Has anybody seen this? Cursed from 2005. Nina
Ricci.
That's a werewolf movie, I think.
Yeah, Wes Craven. I mean, it's a werewolf movie, so they are cursed by the werewolf. There's always someone that says that.
Oh,
the curse of the werewolf. Yeah,
Christina Ricci. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just know it's surprised. I've never seen her referred to as Nina Ricci.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. So Poland's got
that's Mike. I think he does that shit on purpose.
Nina Ricci,
I'm sick. I'm sick, and I wasn't going to drink, but I changed my mind. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
There you go. Good for him.
Now that I'm looking at it, a werewolf loose in Los Angeles changes the lives of 3 young adults who, after being mauled by the beast, learn that they must kill it in order to avoid becoming werewolves themselves. Okay.
Doesn't that movie have Scott Baio in it?
Oh, it's got Jesse Eisenberg. It's got Portia de Rossi in there.
I think it was supposed to be Scott Baio, but then it became Portia de Rossi. Either way, it's weird as fuck.
Yeah.
But if you ever want a movie, talking about cursed productions,
is anything supposed to be Scott Baio?
Speaking of cursed productions, before, like we were saying, does it count if a movie just wasn't a cursed movie but had a cursed production?
Yeah.
Cursed had a cursed fucking production. The story behind the making of that movie is way more interesting than the
simple. It's in the title.
It says it right there. It's cursed.
Job is done.
Trademarked and everything.
And he's confirmed. Scott Baio's in it.
There you go. Yeah.
My job is done.
Either by accident or on purpose. Scott Baio's in it.
These assholes are going to argue whether Cursed is a Cursed movie. It's in the title.
Yeah.
Posers.
Yeah. Well,
he's already screamed it.
He must not have been in it long unless he was in it as himself.
He was.
Okay. Oh.
I made him start drinking. It doesn't take much, Mike.
Yeah. Oh, hell, Judy Greer was in it. Oh, cool. Oh, Derek Mears was the werewolf. Shit. No, I need
for
to see
the 8 seconds that there's a practical werewolf in it. Yes, it was Derek Mears.
Yeah, I want to see this.
It's definitely worth a watch. It's just insane. It is a train wreck.
Well, I shall put it on the list. Thank you, Mike. All right.
It's in the title.
It's simple. It's in the title. Where the hell did we leave off? I don't even know who gave the last movie. You did. Thinner. Okay.
Yeah.
And we brought Adam in here. We didn't even give him a chance to throw out a movie yet.
Oh. Well, I kind of talked about Drag Me to Hell, but I can.
Yeah.
I can go again.
Yeah.
Should I go again?
Sure. Go for it.
All right. I'm going to go with another one where it's in the title, so it has to be a curse movie. I'm going to go with Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers.
That is on my list.
It's the curse that it's the terrible curse that most of West Virginia is also inflicted with which causes you to seek out incest.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, that's basically what the curse does, right?
All you've done with this is proven that Mike's whole curse is in the title, so it's a curse. Is wrong because there is nothing in that movie that is a fucking curse.
Well,
I don't know.
It's a Celtic curse. And it's like his family was cursed, right? That's my interpretation.
Oh, shit, you're right.
Yeah.
And then like somebody has to take up the mantle of Michael, and somebody has to commit incest. That's very important to the curse. And then
we also have the cursed symbol, the rune.
Oh yeah, the runes.
Yeah.
Right. That make him not be able to move.
Out of nowhere.
Only if you watch the sound like that.
What a weird, convoluted little movie that is, isn't it?
It is.
And like,
I like it.
hey. Color me surprised, but like Curse of Michael Myers, like, or I'm sorry, Halloween 5 was a favorite amongst like me and my friends, particularly because of that cliffhanger ending. And
Sure.
I think I've probably talked about this before, but like, man,
I don't believe we've ever talked about Halloween on this.
But we must have talked about that all summer. Speculated who the man in black was, who this person was that came to town on a bus.
In full costume. In full costume.
So it's scary that he shows up on a bus.
Yeah.
Like he bought a ticket. Like, stupid. You know?
He bought a ticket.
He bought a ticket.
Yeah.
It's got like a fanny
Michael
pack
Myers out of jail.
with snacks and stuff.
One Haddonfield, please.
He gets off the bus all menacing. He's got to wait for 15 minutes till the bus driver gets like his fucking duffel bag from underneath the bus.
He's sitting there eating Chex Mix with some kids like staring at him.
Yeah, sitting at the bus stop.
But
working out his plan.
But like, I mean, they really set that up. Like, who is this guy, right? So we had all kinds of like cockamamie theories on who this person was, and so this was kind of a big deal. Although it came out this came out in '95, right? So when did Halloween 5 come out? So it was like a 10-year hiatus.
89 or something.
Yeah, 89. So it was like 6 years.
6 years. That's because they didn't know who the Man in Black was.
Yeah, it took them 6 years to come up with this awesome idea.
Had to figure it out.
Took them 6 years.
That they exposed in 10 minutes and completely ruined it.
But so anyway, my whole point of bringing that up is just that it was a complete and utter letdown. 6 years of like going back and forth of who is that guy, and then who'd he end up being? Like Dr. Wynn from the first movie.
Yeah.
Who has like 40 seconds of screen time in the original movie and is never brought up again. Yeah. As far as I know, he's not in part 2. He's not in 4.
Is he in?
They tried really hard to think of like something that was going to shock the audience, and it was some guy that we even forgot was in the movie.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah. Oh, that guy.
I mean, I'd watched The Curse of Michael Myers for years as a kid. It wasn't until much, much later on in life that I realized that Dr. Wynn was even from the first fucking movie.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It wasn't until I the onset of like the internet and stuff that I was like looking that stuff up, and he was in part 1. That's who that guy was supposed to be. Because they don't even like reference it. You can tell that like Loomis knows who he is, but
he does drop that one line where he wants him to come back to whatever the fucking the facility was. I can't remember the name of it now. Where
Smith's Grove.
Yeah. So like obviously he's from Smith's Grove, but
right.
That's all we got.
Right.
What a weird movie.
I gotta watch.
I thought a little flashback scene or something would have been warranted for that.
But you only have the one scene you can flash back to. He doesn't even know how to, for God's sakes, he doesn't even know how to drive. He was doing very well last night. How do you flash back to that?
And the very next scene should have been like a comedic moment of Wynn teaching Michael how to drive. Like, buckle your seatbelt, Michael.
Yeah, check your mirrors. Check your mirrors.
You're in neutral. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I keep telling you, you've got to hit the clutch. Then you move this.
Just a comedy.
Use your turn signal.
Just a comedy of errors.
Yeah.
Teaching Michael how to drive.
Yeah, that's in the blooper reel.
I'd watch the shit
blooper reel.
I'd rewind it over and over again.
I I feel like I need to see the extended cut of this movie. What did you recommend, Ryan? Is it the director's cut or something, or
the assembly cut? Yeah,
assembly cut
or producer's cut, whatever it is. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Whatever they want to call it, when the director wanted nothing to fucking do with it, but they had a longer version of it around.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I need to find that and watch it because I don't like the theatrical cut.
It's cut to pieces, like the editing. It's cut. It's so choppy.
The assembly cut is streaming somewhere. I think it's fucking Prime.
I would watch that for my own second chance. September.
Right. To find out if it improves at all, if it fills in any gaps, things that I didn't care for, or just had questions about. I mean, I would certainly give it another shot, but as it is, the copies that I've seen, I have no interest in watching it again. I think it's garbage.
Yeah, Paul Rudd can't even save this one.
Exactly.
I mean, it's before Paul Rudd was Paul Rudd.
Because I think he's credited as Paul Thomas, rather.
Instead he's got like a pirate radio station.
Like he hadn't even made Clueless yet, right?
Oh shit, you're probably right.
Same year.
Yeah. Oh.
95 and 95.
Don slipped out of work again. He said, my second pick is Child's Play. Love you guys. We will put that on the list. We will talk about that in just a minute. Thank you, Don. Because that actually was on my list.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny about this? Because I know that we talked about Child's Play before in our, I think we did a Possession hangout. Yeah. But it's one of those ones, like possession and curses kind of go hand in hand.
A lot of times they do, yeah.
When I was thinking of some of the ones to bring up tonight, I feel like we had talked about them on the Possession hangout already, and not that we can't talk about them again. I'm just saying, I think it is one of those possessions and curses sometimes overlap each other.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because I have another one I'm going to bring up that illustrates that point. They do overlap a lot. And this was one of those. It's another one, in my opinion. Child's Play is an unconventional curse movie, in the sense that, he implanted his spirit into the doll to cheat death, but he had, in essence, he cursed himself.
Yeah,
because he had a limited amount of time to find another live body to input himself into, until he's trapped in the doll, forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he cursed himself.
Yeah, 100%. I actually thought you were going to go a different route, because I was trying to think in my head, I'm like, how is this even a curse movie? But Andy kind of almost becomes cursed after he learns the secret, because now he's cursed to become the next vessel,
right? Because it's the person that you reveal yourself
first person to reveal yourself to. Yeah,
yeah.
Essence becomes cursed because he's
for sure
now destined to be the next vessel.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. That point of view exactly. Oh, geez. We're gonna get one more from Nicole too.
That was on the list.
Trilogy of Terror, Karen Black. Well, we can have you talk about it if you want. What makes you think that's a cursed movie?
Cursed doll.
Yeah, the
stabby.
Yeah. You're talking about the fertility doll?
Is that what it was?
In the first segment? I think that's what it was. Am I wrong about that?
Doll. It's the opposite of fertility.
It's the fetish doll, the Zuni fetish doll. Yeah.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
The whole point of fertility is that you bring more people in the world. That doll was taking people out.
You're probably right. I used the wrong term there.
I always thought it was weird that it was called a fetish doll.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's somebody's fetish.
Well, does it start peeing on the lady? Or,
They got to just reveal his fetish.
or it goes for your feet first.
Yeah.
Why does this doll look like Quentin Tarantino?
Keeps attacking my anal cavity. I don't understand what's.
Further explanation: the doll is cursed, and then she is when it possesses her.
Yep.
That's true.
Oh yeah, it's 100% cursed.
That's the scariest part of the whole thing.
Stabby.
When they show her and she's smiling and she has, the jig-jag teeth.
The jig-jag teeth.
Oh shit. The jig-jag teeth.
Karen Black was so great. God.
She was awesome in that.
She just, everything she was in, she gave it 110%. Like, she's just, to me, she's right up there with, like, Christopher Lee, Donald Pleasance. Like, they didn't care if they were in a piece of shit. They were still just giving it their all.
Yep.
Yeah.
I always wondered what the backstory behind that trilogy of terror was, because, it was made for TV. And it's just such an odd idea, like, Karen Black is awesome, don't get me wrong, but it's such an odd idea giving her like a starring vehicle in a horror anthology. Like, who came up with that?
And
like
four different roles, 4 different characters, very different characters.
Yeah. And more on the another person who comes to mind when we talk about someone who gives their all no matter what the role, Lance Henriksen. Some bitch has done some bad movies.
Is he in that?
No,
but he's
just in general. Okay.
I'm just saying in general, like,
yeah,
he's done some bad movies, but he's never been bad in a movie. You know what I mean?
And he's always so old.
Yeah, he's
He
perpetually
was
been,
cursed.
he's
to always be
been
old.
72 his entire life.
I'm just like, dude has never been younger than like 64 years old.
I've never seen a picture of him looking younger than what he did in, say, Pumpkinhead. There's got to be pictures out there.
Yeah.
But,
Hey, it's Mick. What's up, Mick?
hey, Mick.
From the Scene Snob podcast. If you don't know who he is. Yep.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
That was the dude. Don and him did a little.
Yeah. Don guested on his show. Yeah. And that was a cool conversation that I was not a part of. So let's move on. Now,
would have been cooler if you were. That's good.
Yeah, would have been cooler if it was. Yeah. I'm the client now, but it's my turn. Oh, wait a minute. Correction.
The client. The client.
Thank you,
The client.
Thank you, Vic. Thank you.
He's the OnlyFans client tonight.
Instead of consolation, I knew what you meant, man. These guys are just being dicks.
I just think it's funny.
Yeah. So, on your topic, Adam, of how curses can overlap with other genres. So a lot of times it's closely related to possession and things like that. I wanted to bring up a movie that we talked about during our Clowns episode, and that is, of course, Clown.
Yep.
I think that is a great example of a curse movie.
You watched that after the Hangout, right? You hadn't seen it previously?
Right, I did.
And you liked it, didn't you?
Oh, it was awesome.
I thought it was awesome.
That was such a good movie.
Yep. I agree.
Shockingly, because he was a realtor, right?
Yeah.
And his
Such
kid was having a birthday. Yeah. And wanted a clown for their birthday. Clown freaking flaked out, canceled or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was just in this house, which was a house he was trying to sell, which had some shit left over. He was going through all the stuff, and he found this clown costume, and he put it on. And I know y'all remember this. Like, he couldn't take it off. Like, and started like transforming into like a clown permanently, which ultimately he started like transforming into like a demon, because that's essentially what it was that he put on. It wasn't a costume at all. It was the skin of a demon, as you find out. And there is not very many ways to survive that. You either have to kill the correct number of children in order to get out of the costume, or somebody has to kill you.
It's such an awesome premise. It's such a simple, awesome premise.
Yeah. And it's like, it was completely unexpected when when I started watching it. It is such a cool movie. Anybody who's watching, if you have not watched that, go find that shit because it is it's super cool.
And that's one I'd be fully in for like a remake, if like, because it's great how it is, but it's definitely lower budget.
Yeah.
If like a major studio got behind that, and it could really be. I mean, that could be a franchise, in my opinion.
Sure.
It's like movies like that like I wish they remade, and not like classics that like already has a fan base, and you can't improve upon it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Like, why are we remaking Dawn of the Dead? Why are we remaking, Nightmare on Elm Street? Like, seriously, like, it's movies like this that should be remade, that have like fantastic ideas, but can be given a little bit of a bigger budget, or touched up, a little touch up here and there. It would be great. It would be a fantastic horror franchise.
Yeah, talking about giving it a second chance. I mean, it's just not necessarily do it better, but do it the way it was intended, maybe.
Sorry, go ahead, Clint. Sorry.
No, I'm basically done. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, this is where, like, I know a lot of people like to shit on Blumhouse, but this is something that Blumhouse could totally get into. Like, they don't put a lot of money into their movies. Like, Blumhouse is very much, let's make it for under 10 million, even if it makes 40 million. We made a profit, turn a profit. And these are the kind of movies, like stuff like Clown. It doesn't need a huge budget to get what it needs to be what it can be. You just need a little bit extra money. You need a young director who's willing to fucking give it their all. And like, some of Blumhouse's greatest films are these little random, like Happy Death Day, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And something like Clown could totally, I just feel like with the Blumhouse treatment, Clown could totally try.
Had you seen that movie prior to The Hangout, Ryan, or was that another one you watched?
No, I've seen Clown before.
I was curious.
Yeah.
I don't think I was on for that Hangout.
You might not have been. But it was one of those that you go in not expecting a lot, but it really impressed the shit out of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, this is
great. Some of the ideas in there are really cool. Them trying to take the suit off, and it's not coming off, and it's like,
it starts peeling like skin.
He just cuts the fuck out of his arm, trying to cut the sleeve, and then tries to pull the nose off, and ends up like,
it's almost like a symbiote from like Spider-Man.
Did you purposely say it the way they said it in that fucking trailer? Oh, there was a huge friggin' outcry. My son was the way they said symbiote or symbiote.
How'd they say it?
I think they said symbiote.
like how I just said it.
I just said it. And I remember my son was like freaking out. At the time, he was like maybe 12.
Pronounce it.
Yeah, he was like 12, and I'm like, dude, it's
one of those. It's one of those things you see in print and you read all the time, and then you realize when you talk to somebody about it for the first time that, like, I've never actually pronounced this word. I don't know how to say it.
I think it's symbiote.
Symbiote.
I don't know. Either way, they said it in the trailer weird. My son made a big deal about it. I said, you're just being a 12-year-old kid. But then, like, all over the internet, people were like losing their shit over the pronunciation of this word. But like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah. I would have probably said symbiote.
Symbiote.
Yeah, but that's only because of the word symbiotic,
yeah, right.
Or symbiosis,
which is a much more commonly used word.
Yeah, exactly. But
yeah, you do sound a little sick. You got a cold or something, Adam?
Yeah, I think Max has had a runny nose for the last few days. I thought it was just allergies, but the last 4 hours, I've gotten decidedly worse. It's like Captain Trips from The Stand. But
it's a good analogy.
Just got to burn it out.
That's what I do.
That's right. Yeah. Flush that shit right out. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I feel like we've had enough of Clown. We've said what we meant to say.
Yeah, I don't have anything more to say about that one. I really enjoy. I really like the movie. I don't remember how it ends.
Oddly enough, neither do I.
Yeah, it doesn't go well for the dude.
Yeah.
He doesn't just kill a whole bunch of kids.
I think his wife stops him.
Oh.
Do you think the guy that does clown? Sorry, Quinca.
Oh, I was just saying it was weird because like she had this internal struggle. Like after she got him out of the I don't know what the fuck it was, the game place, the like the Chuck E. Cheese or wherever the fuck they were at. She struggled with wanting to help him, and she almost delivered him a child, like served one up to him to kill, but then she was immediately conflicted about it, even though she damn near went through with it, and then ended up having to like trap him in the basement and take him out that way. So she, in a sense, killed her own husband to prevent him from killing another child.
I see.
Yeah. All I'm saying is if I ever get possessed by a clown and I have to kill a bunch of kids, I hope that my wife does bring me the children to murder. I'm thinking people can make more kids, okay? I want to live.
Or get possessed by a clown. I'm wondering how many days it would even take people to notice that there's something different about it.
Yeah. It's like, it was such a cool struggle. I mean, the dude himself was personally conflicted with what he felt compelled to do, and did everything imaginable to try to avoid it.
Yeah.
Like to where he even knew that he wasn't going to be capable of killing himself, and he tried to rig this contraption in order to murder himself.
Yeah.
And inadvertently killed somebody, with regard to that. So,
man, it's a good movie. I'm remembering all these scenes now. It's like, wow, that's a really good movie.
The path that he went on, it's like they like somebody really thought this out.
Yeah.
And it was like you wouldn't have thought it would have been that good, but
right,
it totally was. So anyhow,
a hidden gem for sure.
Yeah, hidden gem. It is.
Hidden gem. Mm-hmm. Fuck, whose turn is it?
Now we're really done with clown. I think it's you, Ryan. You got something else you want to lay on us?
Do you got the list going? You do have the list going.
I do have the list going. You can't think of one. We can offer one up, or we can skip you.
I can do this. I can do this.
You could do it.
Does Weekend at Bernie's 2 count?
Holy shit. Explain it.
Well, they put that voodoo curse on Bernie's body.
Right.
That it reanimates and is forced to wander the earth searching for treasure.
Jesus Christ, I think you're right.
But they used like he was supposed to be completely reanimated, but they screwed up or something. Like it was the wrong kind of chicken. So it's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it. Like I'm going off of memory here. But I mean, technically, I feel it counts.
It took all the realism from the first Weekend at Bernie's,
right? Threw it out the window
and just chucked it out the window.
It goes as bullshit.
Oh man,
that's one of those movies I haven't seen. I haven't seen it since it first came out, and like 13-year-old Ryan is still convinced that is one of the greatest comedies ever made. I'm afraid to rewatch it because I love the first. I've watched the first Weekend at Bernie's multiple times, but I've never had the opportunity to rewatch the second, and I'm almost afraid to at this point because it's probably nowhere near as good as I remember it being.
It's always fun to spot that actor that plays Bernie in things when he's like alive.
Alive.
Yeah.
Like in Friday the 13th Part 7.
Lines and stuff. Yeah.
I was like, well, through the whole thing, Friday the 13th Part 7, I'm like, I don't recognize. Like, I know this guy, but I don't recognize him. Then Jason kills him. I'm like, oh, it's Bernie.
Oh, it's Bernie.
or the opening scene of Roseblood.
Yeah. Where he looks like he's close to death. So you
where he reprised his role as Dr. Cruz from Part 7. Yeah. That was actually a really cool scene. That was my favorite part of the whole thing, and it's a pretty decent flick for a fan film.
Roseblood, I really like it, and the ending is just insane.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's Weekend at Bernie's too. I'm keeping it. What time is it?
9:29. So you're safe.
Too.
Yep, we.
I mean, if he's reprising that role, I don't see why they can't make a Weekend at Bernie's 3.
Legacy sequel to Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
Somehow find a way to explain why the dead body aged instead of rotted away.
The voodoo curse.
Right.
Yeah. Like I saw Peter Anthony posted something about Terry Kaiser reprising his role as Bernie Lomax in a music video he was recently in. Some rapper or something did a music video and had him in it. Yeah. And he was Bernie Lomax in the music video.
Was he still wearing the freaking windbreaker and everything?
Hey, he's wearing the odd looking hat, like the Gilligan hat, you know what I mean?
I still to this day
with the glasses,
Yes. To this day, I believe that Terry Kaiser was snubbed at the Oscars. He should have at least been nominated.
Yeah.
I mean, just for the body, the body work, body comedy and all that.
To appear dead but still be expressive.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's
he doesn't change. He's got that stupid smirk the entire movie.
Yep. And the way he positions his body, it's almost like Buster Keaton-esque level of a performance of throughout an entire movie.
I can't think of a modern movie that has that kind of physical comedy.
Yeah.
It's really, like you said, Buster Keaton, or even back in the days of Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah.
Where their bodies it was full body acting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that anymore. And honestly, I can't think of anything after Weekend at Bernie's that pulled it off that well. Except for maybe Weekend at Bernie's 2.
Reanimated corpse of Bernie Lomax searching for treasure.
Forced to walk the earth searching for treasure.
Oh, fuck.
So I'm just going down my 80s comedy list now, and it's kind of like, if Weekend at Bernie's is a curse movie, I guess Mannequin could be too.
You know what? I think you're right. That's going on the list. Jeez,
I've actually never seen Mannequin, so you're going to have to explain.
You've never seen Mannequin?
Never seen Mannequin.
Oh, my.
Oh. If only I could make you a preteen and rewind time and let you see Kim Cattrall in all glory.
When I was a preteen, I saw Split Second, so I saw Kim Cattrall in all her glory in that.
Oh, was she in that? Okay, I forgot. That had something to. She was like an Egyptian. What didn't it have something to do with Egypt? She was like an Egyptian priestess or something, and she got in trouble for being Kim Cattrall, and they cursed her into being in this mannequin body.
Yeah.
And the same guy, what's his name? Andrew McCarthy from Weekend at Bernie's he's the guy who he sets up the window on Madison Avenue or whatever.
Yeah.
And she comes alive and just wants to have sex with everybody. No, I don't know. She wants to have sex with it.
She's the only one that he can that she can be alive in front of,
right.
So anybody else shows up, she's
a mannequin. But if it's him, which makes it really easy for him to talk her into getting it on, because he's literally the only one that she can.
Sounds like an R-rated today. And
it's got that dude from Police Academy in there
making the noises.
Sound effects guy?
No.
Sound effects guy. Oh, who are we talking about?
the guy who played the police captain. God damn it! What the hell's his name?
Oh yeah, because he's the head of security in the mall.
Yeah.
Of course.
G.W. Bailey.
Yeah.
And he's the guy who always shows up when they're doing something, and she immediately turns back into a mannequin. He thinks it's just this sick person who's fucking around with mannequins,
Wasn't that a Bob's Burgers episode?
Oh Jesus, that's funny. No, you're absolutely right. Fucking Mannequin is a curse movie.
If we want to,
Claire will be absolutely ecstatic.
You will.
She loves that movie.
And William Ragsdale from Fright Night fame is in the Mannequin on the Move, the sequel to this.
Oh,
He's
right.
playing the same character because at that time Andrew McCarthy was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to make that movie twice."
Yeah, why would he want to make a sequel? I think the second one was probably pretty.
It was Christy Swanson and William Ragsdale took over for
the
main characters.
I think they gave a little bit more of a backstory, and
because you need that.
I just remember seeing some really stupid dance that they did.
Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking Starship, bro. Starship.
Well, that's stuck in my head for the rest of the night.
the Adam version. I hope. Oh, you just
nothing's gonna stop us now.
He's drunk.
Hear your voice as he drifts off to sleep tonight.
Drunk, and he's got some type of infection in his throat. But the spirit's there. The spirit's.
Yeah.
I hope that's how you hear it from now on.
Trying to open my DVD shelving here so I can get more ideas.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Does Jury Duty count? No, it doesn't.
Jury Duty.
It's the first movie I saw when I opened my shelf.
Ollie Shore? I'm going to go with no. Unless you're talking about the fact that he was in it.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
You use that as a drink coaster a lot, do you?
What are you talking about? I love that movie.
Oh, shit. I'm going to pull out one that's pretty familiar to everybody. And I think we're split on who likes it and who doesn't. I'm going to go with It Follows.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I feel like that's a bit
it's
of
definitely a curse movie. Yep.
Yeah.
We just talked about that, me and you, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. Me and Abby were talking about that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess I wasn't there. What?
Oh, that's right. You hadn't seen it.
Deep dark web.
No, I'd seen it. I've seen this movie. Yeah. It Follows is a really strange take on sexually transmitted diseases. But in essence, whoever passes this particular disease is dooming you to death. And you can see what's coming at you. And it's always like some like really creepy looking person. Like for whatever reason, it comes in the form of a person. And the thing that you don't want is for it to catch up to you and actually touch you, because if it does, you're fucking dead. And brutally, mind you, it's not even like just, oh, you fall over. No, you get fucked up. I remember the girl in the first scene, like her leg gets bent backwards the other way.
Oh yeah, she looks like a
busted off and shit.
Human Tetris.
Yeah. And a lot of people like shit on this movie and don't care for it. I thought that the one dude at the end of the movie had a pretty good idea. You know what I mean? It's like if there's only a few partners, like it'll pursue like the next person who gets it, right? So like if I guess if you're passing it on to a lot of people, well then it's like, it's going to stay pretty far away from you then. So the idea that the kid had at the end of the movie, once he convinced that chick to finally have sex with him, which I thought that was kind of like a hero move there. It's like I kind of felt good for him there. It was like an underdog story. He finally got the chick he was going after, and then he's like, all right, well, now I got to figure out how not to die. So drives around to a street corner with some prostitute, and picks her up. So he's like, I'm just going to immediately get rid of this, and she's going to go bang a bunch of people. Somebody else is going to die.
That's actually a genius move.
I mean, I feel prostitution is the wrong way to go. What you need to do is get yourself in like a good old-fashioned seniors community orgy.
Well, the way it goes is like...
No. Continue with that. What are you saying, Ryan?
Well, see, ever since the advent of miracle pills, seniors communities have become huge hotspots for like just.
Oh yeah, they get it on constantly.
Yeah,
Yep.
so
they're taking their dentures out, going, you know.
So, these people are already up there, so it's not like the end of the world if they die, and they're just fucking each other constantly. So like prostitution, you gotta like if she has a bad night, that thing can be back at you in a couple of days. But you hit up a seniors home orgy, like there's probably like 20, 30 people that things gonna get through because people just be sticking their dicks and everything there.
Right.
Like, in the time span of 45 minutes, you got like 30 new hosts.
Wow, that's pretty fucking crazy.
Because I don't even think it ever stops. I think all it does is put one person ahead of you on the killing pecking order.
Yeah,
exactly.
And then, like,
which
once
is why
they kill
the
the person, he's going to come right back.
Yeah,
they're going to come right back to get you again.
Yeah.
Which makes it really weird when you look at like some of the people, because I'm assuming that the forms that it takes are some of the people that were afflicted with the curse at one point or other.
Question. I mean, it's
because where else would these forms come from?
Yeah.
And like there's that like really terrifying guy. He's like 8 foot tall.
Yeah.
I think I've talked about this before, but I'm always just like, who'd that guy bang? Like what?
Yeah.
How'd that happen? I mean, girls like tall guys, but I don't know if they like them.
He probably
there will always be
Slender Man tall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got a buddy who's Slender Man tall. He never had a lot of trouble.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing was his girlfriends were always like 4 foot nothing though. Like
yeah.
It's the tiny chicks. Yeah, it's the tiny chicks that go for the.
It's kind of what I was gonna say. He probably got it from a little person. So. I've seen that in real life. Like I remember one time driving the bus. There was this dude. I swear he was like 7 feet tall. Dude was humongous. And I came to find out he was with his wife, who was a little person. I mean, I swear she was like 3 feet tall. Like he literally picked her up and carried her onto the bus to go take their battlefield tour. It's weird how that works.
That was a weird sentence.
Yes.
Carried her on the bus for their battlefield tour.
Yeah. Do you need backstory?
I think that actually covered it.
Okay. The backstory is part-time I'm a bus driver on the Gettysburg battlefield here in Pennsylvania. So
that I knew.
Haven't done it in a while, but that's how I saw that. Yeah.
All right, I got a nice little stack going here, so I won't be.
Oh, good.
That giant guy also had like elephantitis of the balls and shit though. Like there was a bunch of other genetic things in play there. He wasn't just tall. He had like John Merrick disease. I'm still throwing it out there that it would have been hard for him to find a partner. I don't think it would have been easy.
Yeah,
I don't and I don't know if money would have solved it either. It was a stretch.
Well, we'll never know because he's dead now.
Oh,
who? John Merrick?
I don't know who that is.
When did this happen?
The guy from It Follows. That 8 foot tall guy.
Oh, is he?
Yeah?
He passed away. Yeah.
Wow, that sucks. They always seem to have shortened lifespans, don't they?
Because the heart's got to work harder.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Yeah, it's like Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
It's like that gigantism or whatever.
Yeah, or getting like a bull mastiff dog.
Or that.
What?
Very similar.
Are you saying if I got a bull mastiff, I'm going to die sooner?
No. Bull mastiffs don't live long because of how huge they are. Yeah, they got to lay down all the time because their heart's got to work really hard to support their size.
They say,
wow,
suicidal people, they start giving their possessions away and get a bull mastiff.
Wow, holy shit. Never knew that.
Jot that down.
Jesus Christ. fucking movie did you even bring up?
It follows.
It
Oh,
follows.
that's right.
All right. Go for it. You brought down your entire collection to find something. What did you
I
find?
dug through. I found a few. So
Okay.
I've got Darkness Falls.
Is that
Tooth Fairy.
a curse movie?
The
I don't
curse,
think I've-
yes, because she only comes after you if you see her take the tooth. Then you are cursed to be hunted down by her until she eventually kills you.
Oh, it's really a Tooth Fairy movie?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, this movie slaps. It's in the theaters like 4 times.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, actually, well, it's not that good. I don't know why I saw it in the theater 4 times, but I
It's not that
I
good.
did.
I was held by gunpoint.
Yeah.
Some guy
The weird
kept on.
thing is, I even saw it alone once in the theater, and I never go to
Wow.
the theaters alone.
That's weird.
Who does
well,
go to the
hey.
theaters?
I used to go to the movies by myself all the time, but
All
that's
the movies
before I
are
had
movies.
friends that like the movies that I do, and it's kind of like I didn't want to bother people. I didn't want people to go to movies that I knew they weren't going to like.
I do
And I
all
was
the
like,
time.
I'm totally fine with. I'm comfortable with being alone by myself. I don't need somebody right next to me all the time. And I would, you know, I'd enjoy it. I'd go to the movies. I'd have a couple beers by myself at the inside movie bar, which revolutionized going to the movies.
Yeah.
Up until
Go to
only
the
like
movie and-
Yeah, shit, go to the Alamo, right?
Yeah.
up until just before COVID, we couldn't drink in movie theaters.
I'd go on a lazy Sunday and have a blast. Talk to strangers, whether they
I feel if
wanted
I could-
whether they
if I
wanted to or not.
If I could drink in a movie theater, I'd totally go alone more often.
Yeah.
But yeah, seriously, Darkness Falls, it's a lot of fun. It's a dumb horror movie, but it's one of those ones that knows it's a dumb horror movie.
Yeah.
So it just has fun with the concept. And yeah, basically the story's about a kid who sees the Tooth Fairy, manages to
Kills his
avoid her.
parents.
She can't go in the light. Yeah. So she winds up killing his parents. He gets thrown into a mental asylum. He's stayed in the light his whole life. But now, like, his best friend's son has seen the Tooth Fairy, so it's all like, we gotta figure out how to kill the Tooth Fairy so we can save this fucking annoying kid. It's good stuff. I don't know. I bought the DVD for $5.
And the Tooth Fairy is played by Dwayne Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. This dude has an
Didn't he
insane
have a movie,
collection.
Tooth Fairy?
Actually, no, they couldn't get Dwayne Johnson, and they couldn't get Larry the Cable Guy either. So in this one, the Tooth Fairy is played by
Vin Diesel.
No, Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
I was gonna say Bill Engvall. Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
Dude has an insane collection of flashlights too.
Yeah, flashlights for days. Actually, that whole flashlight scene too is like something right out of Requiem for a Dream.
For days.
But it is totally 100% a curse movie, and I stand by that.
All right.
All right. I was on the fence about it.
I'm on a
You're
Wikipedia
on the fence
page.
about it. It's literally the curse of the
Well-
Tooth Fairy. She's killed because, like, they say she killed all these kids. It turned out she didn't kill the kids. Her vengeful spirit comes back and curses people now who see her.
It's on Wikipedia as a film about curses.
Yeah.
Darkness Falls, 2003.
If you Google it, it does come up in a Google search about curse movies. But
see, Google can't lie.
Google, neither does Wikipedia.
I thought of it more as a demonic spirit. You know, I didn't really think of it like a curse.
Weren't you the one trying to argue that Nightmare on Elm Street is a fucking curse movie, and you're telling me Darkness Falls isn't?
How do they defeat her? How do they defeat the Tooth Fairy?
A lighthouse.
They put their tooth back in.
A lighthouse. I would have liked it better if they got like one of those.
Keep all their baby teeth.
They got one of those like T-shirt cannons and then like fired a bunch of teeth at her.
There is actually when they
shot. It's just like a bunch of teeth.
Yeah.
When the lighthouse hits her,
a blunderbuss.
We do have a scene of baby teeth flying everywhere. So.
Oh fuck yeah! I forgot that.
I think we do. Did I dream that? I might have dreamed that.
I don't know. Sounds good. I'll go with it. Yeah. I do like
Fun
that
fact,
movie.
though, Stan Winston designed the original Tooth Fairy concept, and they didn't use it.
Why would you do that?
Don't know. Who the fuck does that? Who's got the fucking balls?
Yeah,
to
they're
be
like,
I'm not
Stan
going with your
Winston.
design,
Do
Stan
we really
Winston,
want to use his design?
creator of the dinosaurs of Jurassic Park and the fucking Queen Alien.
That's
Fuck
just yeah. Well, that's the disrespect pains me from here.
But NECA did make a figure. You can buy it of Stan Winston's design for the Tooth Fairy. So this piece of shit movie has quite a lineage.
Yeah, yeah. He also did the creature in that Mimic movie.
Mimic is fucking awesome.
I just watched that recently. It's really good monster movie.
It's right there with the Relic.
Yeah, made in that vein where
the
like, in the '90s, where like it was raining all the time, and
wait, are you talking about the Relic? Because Stan Winston
I think I was talking about the Relic. Yeah.
Yeah, Stan Winston did the creature for the Relic.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the Mimic's good too.
Yeah,
it's Penelope Ann Cruz movie, or not Cruz.
Yeah.
Penelope Ann Miller.
Yeah.
Tom
Sizemore.
Yeah. And
Book
that dude from Alien 3. Fuck.
Charles S. Dutton. He was Mimic.
Yeah.
He was Mimic.
I was Mimic.
Yeah.
Fuck. How did I mix those up?
They came out at the exact same time. They're both creature features.
They have a similar feel to them. I'm going to say
they do.
Too.
Oh.
That late '90s. I don't know. They
take it super seriously. Like they take the subject matter super seriously,
which was honestly great. I wish we'd gotten more because I love creature features, and it was such a good blend. Like the CGI is a little spotty because of the time, but because it was taken so seriously, they did lean heavily on practical. Like they were taking these movies very, like they wanted to make quality pictures.
And the monster. Are we talking about Mimic now? And I don't know. It's not a curse movie, but it was mentioned. Now it's one of the last great creature feature movies made, really, and it's so much more effective though because the whole thing is like them mimicking, like it's insects that mimic their prey, and so he's mimicking what a human looks like, and like that image of the insectoid man, whatever you want to call him, with like his wings folded to make it look like he's wearing a trench coat.
Looks like a Ninja Turtle from the 1994
his face, like it's really, really effective. It's not as effective though when otherwise he's just a stupid looking giant bug. But when he's trying to look like a person, it's super creepy, and I wish they had incorporated some of that into like the Mothman movie. Because that's the first thing that comes to my mind when I see that image is like, that's Mothman. That's awesome.
Did you see the sequels to Mimic?
No, but it's on. I hadn't seen the first Mimic since it was in theaters, and so I rewatched it like in the last few weeks. I loved it, and I am planning on watching. I think there's 3 more.
There's 2 more. Yeah, I think Mimic 2 and Mimic 3.
I've
never seen Mimic 3. Mimic 2 was enough to make me stop.
I gotta watch it now.
I'll be right back.
There is a point in the movie where a Mimic tries to go on a date and tries to gussy it, like look like.
So has the evolution of the creature changed to the point where like they're actually passing themselves off as humans?
It does not look like a human in the least. Have you ever seen Puppet Master 2?
Yeah.
Those creepy full-sized
mannequin people.
At the end.
Yeah.
It looks like that.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
I at least have to check it out.
It's I
just for that scene. Goes on a date. And he's just on his phone the whole time.
I'm pretty sure it's holding flowers too, if I remember right.
That's fantastic.
I feel I do need to rewatch it. It was kind of that. I did have a moment in my life where I was like really snobbish. Like I only watch quality films, and I believe I watched Mimic 2 during that very short period of my life. So I'm wondering if I go back, it might be one of those things.
I feel like you should rewatch it too with your new superpowers of being able to see the magic in anything, and you might like it now. I don't know.
It might be one of top 10. Yo, Mimic 2, man.
I just want to see like the Tinder profile of that Mimic. Who swiped right on that guy?
The bio is just click, 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 click.
He must be Swahili.
Did Clint say where he went?
He said that he didn't want to be friends with us and stormed off.
Oh, cool. I like how he just kept it running, though.
Yeah. He just wanted a running testament. You might as well go. Do you have another one in your pile?
Do you have one?
I do, but I'll wait.
Well, no, I don't know how you do yours, and this is all I got. What I've got here is all I got. So if I blow through it now, I'm done.
Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh.
Now, yeah, it's the sorcerer Pan. He has to marry a green-eyed woman, in order to be released from a century-old curse.
Okay.
I think we've all seen Big Trouble in Little China.
I have.
I have not seen it in its entirety.
You surprise me with everything that you say.
I own it, and I put it on. I always make the mistake. I'm like, oh, I really want to watch Big Trouble in Little China.
That's a weird combination of words.
And I always put it on when I go to bed, and I always fall asleep. Like, I think the furthest I made it is 45 minutes in.
Wow!
I like what I see. I like what I see, but I just never fucking finish it. I don't know why.
There's never been a movie, and like I think I mean, Mortal Kombat would not exist without this movie, because it takes from two different movies. It takes from Enter the Dragon. I think that's the one where they're on the island, right, with Bruce Lee on the. Yeah. I think it's Enter the Dragon with the
with John Saxon and yeah.
So it takes from that, but it also borrows heavily from this movie. I mean, the Raiden character alone. But you know, Shang's son is Pan.
Yeah.
You know, and the monsters in it, like there's something that looks like Goro in this. I can't off the top of my head, but like it's that weird culmination of like kung fu, like Eastern mysticism, creature feature, horror. It's just such a weird and incredibly awesome movie that can never be made ever again properly. Like the time for movies like this have come and gone. Like a studio could never make this movie. Only one guy on a shit ton of drugs and a backing of a studio could make this movie, and that's what John Carpenter did. It's insane, and it's probably the craziest movie ever made. And
pretty wacky.
Because of this movie, we also got The Golden Child with Eddie Murphy. Did you guys ever see The Golden Child?
I love The Golden Child.
I love The Golden Child.
Yeah.
And I can't remember. I think, if I remember correctly, Carpenter was originally supposed to do The Golden Child.
He was, yeah.
And then he was like given the shaft, and he was like, "F it, I'm just going to make my own movie," and that's what we got. It was Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah, because what did Carpenter do before Big Trouble in Little China? It was
The Thing.
Yeah, and that's what screwed over The Golden Child.
The Thing is what, because it bombed so badly.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Think of that. Think of like the movie that is talked about as the greatest horror movie ever made, and like I think even people that don't believe that can at least see the merit in that statement. That movie pretty much put him on the blacklist in Hollywood for like years. Like he couldn't. It was really hard for him to make another movie for a long time.
Well, he didn't even want to do studio pictures after The Thing.
Yep.
It just blows my mind that we live in a timeline where The Thing tanked. Like, and I'm a perfect example. I don't watch it as much as everybody else does. I find it to be a little slow, but it's a fucking phenomenal movie. You can't argue that. Like, that's my attention span talking. Like, that's me finding The Thing slow. That's a me problem. That is not The Thing. It just pisses me off so much that it is, like you said, it is one of the greatest, not just horror, but sci-fi movies of all time.
Yeah.
And I get it was fucking E.T.
That's what killed it. That's what killed it.
And you sit here and defend E.T.
Well, I can still watch The Thing. I can watch it right now if I want.
This piece of shit right here. Oh, I have. What the fuck? So apparently I had The Brave Little Toaster and Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen in
E.T.
In E.T.
Is that to guarantee that you never watch them again?
The DVD of E.T. got destroyed under a slip and slide long ago.
I've never seen Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen, but I fucking love The Brave Little Toaster.
Okay.
You've seen this, right, Clint? You've seen Big Trouble in Little China?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like from The Thing, he made The Thing, and then he made Christine. Look, this filmography always.
It's all over the place.
Well, so he made Halloween in '78. Then he made The Fog. Then he made Escape from New York. So like bang, 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 bang. Then he made The Thing. Then you'd think that like all that criticism from The Thing would like come like destroy him. He made Christine the year after. Then he made Starman, which I think is a fucking awesome movie. It's basically you're replacing E.T. with Jeff Bridges, who has sex with you, but it's a good movie. And then you have Big Trouble in Little China.
Okay.
Which is really good. Just saying, right? Starman, it's basically E.T. Except he just turns into Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
In tidy whities and a giant.
It's E.T. with a dick.
Right.
Whereas E.T. was just a giant.
Instead of like luring him with Reese's Pieces, it's like condoms.
Yeah. E.T. was just a giant stack of shit that was walking around with eyes.
Oh, are you also an E.T. truther, Clint?
No,
so don't like E.T.
No, I'm just making fun of it because Mike.
I don't like it either.
A flat E.T.er.
No,
it's fine. E.T.'s fine. I don't understand.
Well, the funny thing about E.T. and you might have already seen this, but so much of the emotion of that movie is the John Williams score. There's a clip on YouTube where they play the final scene where like E.T.'s mothership comes and he says goodbye to everyone for an hour, kind of like Return of the King.
Right.
Oh, and you get that orchestral, like the crescendo.
Yeah, well, it's all music. Like when you take that music out, it's like watching grass grow. It's like so anticlimactic, and you're just like, what is this? The music like really makes that scene. It's kind of interesting, but anyway. We haven't really talked about Trouble in Little China, but I think it's a good movie.
Well, I follow you on it. That is interesting. It's you know what?
Paul does this thing like whenever anyone ever brings up Big Trouble in Little China, he always has to type, "This is my favorite movie." He does it on every post.
Yeah.
So it's his favorite movie.
The fact that he has to break the curse by
marrying a green-eyed woman,
engaging into a ceremony with a green-eyed woman, and there's like a fight scene isn't
There's
there?
a few
Between her, and the other chick, like before, or is
Well,
there
Kim
not
Cattrall is also in this movie.
That's what I mean. She has a fight scene with somebody, like while she's done up in the dress, or am I making that up?
Possibly.
I remember
I don't remember.
Some hot-looking chick of the Asian persuasion.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure
Uh,
she did. I'm sure they gave her an action scene.
Like there was from the few I've seen of it, I remember she got into a big fight in the airport at the beginning of the movie.
Okay.
And that's where I realized that Kurt Russell's character, from what I've seen in the movie, he's pretty useless in it.
Yeah, that's the joke. That's
okay,
the joke.
so it is intentional. Okay.
No, it's 100% intentional. He thinks he's the John Wayne archetype. Like he thinks that he's like, well, you know, he's like the strong American that can like overcome all odds. And he absolutely is just like he's a self-centered boob that can't like do anything on his own. And it's basically his friends.
I was just gonna say it's like his little buddy there that's fucking.
Yeah, right. He's like Kato.
Yeah.
So yeah, right. I mean that is totally a point. And
I'm gonna go over my ought to have seen it October list, and I'll figure out a way to squeeze Big Trouble in there.
Oh, I just thought of a good one.
Yeah.
I just thought of a really good one. But anyway, well, look, 76, Assault on Precinct 13, then Halloween, The Fog, Escape from New York, The Thing, Christine, Starman, Big Trouble in Little China, Prince of Darkness, They Live. Like every year, he was just coming out with a fucking iconic movie. Like,
but a lot of these movies
it just never stopped. Just never stopped.
And only a couple of those.
Picasso of the genre of movies. It's like incredible.
But even stuff like They Live, Prince of Darkness, these weren't successes. Like they did fine.
Not at all. They did fine, but they didn't. Yeah, they didn't gain their audience.
Mouth of Madness.
Till like years later with like VHS and stuff. Where like
Mouth of Madness is fantastic.
I love that movie, and that one didn't do super great either.
Nope.
Yeah.
Village of the Damned is a piece of shit, but I don't even think Carpenter wanted to do that one. So.
Yeah. Well, he didn't want to do Halloween 2.
He didn't.
But he didn't.
I like that movie.
He wrote it.
He wrote it.
Yeah, he wrote it. Yeah.
The director of Halloween 2 brought us fucking Halloween Resurrection.
Is that true?
It is true.
The director of Halloween 2 directed Halloween Resurrection?
Yep.
And that's why you love it so much?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Halloween 2 is such a good movie.
I love
Halloween 2 is such a good movie. It really is. Like
shit on that
it's
movie.
A great sequel. I love it. I love I think the hospital setting is awesome. I think it's great. It's just different enough because you can't just like have Michael walking around through a neighborhood again.
Yeah.
I think it's great idea, great concept.
Yeah.
I love the twist ending of the brother and sister. I do. I think it's cool. I mean, it does just enough to further the story along, and I don't know. I think it's neat. And it's like also one of those twists that makes you rewatch the first movie again, and you're like, oh, okay. With the knowledge that they're brother and sister, it makes it a little bit more. I like it. I don't think it detracts from the story at all. I dig it.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't even think Carpenter likes that.
No, he hates it. No,
he didn't want to write it. The studio forced him to.
That's okay, because Carpenter now, like every Halloween movie that comes out, he like puts his stamp on it. This is the real sequel to Halloween.
Yeah,
and
but Carpenter's also fully admitted that he just says that to get money.
He's a straight up carnival guy. Like he's only in it for the money.
Yeah.
He makes quality movies, but at the end of the day, he's made it. He's not in it to be known as like this great artiste. He's always been in it for the money. But that's but who cares when all he does is make the 2 decades of his career, he made nothing but straight up bangers that people watch on a continual basis.
Even The Ward wasn't terrible.
There was a point. There was a point that I gave up on him, and I think that was.
Yeah.
I think 2010 was around.
Oh.
I don't know if I ever saw that.
I thought Body Bags was good.
Body Bags was good. I like Body Bags.
Yeah.
The Ward's fine. It's pretty. It is easily his most generic movie.
Man, Olin is throwing them out in the comments here. Like, this is on my list.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Dead is definitely.
Dead
Is that
Silence is a curse. Yeah,
That's
I don't know about
yeah.
Evil Dead being a curse.
I mean,
that's more.
He reads the incarnation,
Jungle Cruise, fantastic.
the curse of the Rock, Pirates of the Caribbean, sure.
Curse of the Black Pearl. I thought about
In the
that
title,
one.
it's in the title. It's in the title.
It's in the title. It's simple.
It's gotta be true. I mean, it is because all those pirates be cursed.
A lot of times, when I think of a curse, I think of like, is there a curse to be broken? So, like in the case of like Evil Dead, is there a curse to be broken?
No.
I guess it depends which one you watch. You know what I mean? The remake, I'd say that there was. She basically had to die and be brought back to life in order to end the demon possession.
That feels less like a curse and more like the fine print on a shitty car loan.
Okay.
I don't feel it was a curse. I feel it was a possession ritual.
Okay. Yeah. We might be semantics on that.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe if they had some way of undoing it, maybe we could then call it a curse. But yeah, I guess it is more of a possession movie. But it's one of those where it's like they almost overlap. You know, kind of like we were talking about before, where the curse, causes a possession. So I'm gonna call it a gray area. But
I wouldn't hate anyone bringing that up.
Yeah.
As a curse movie.
Yeah, definitely not.
No, it's like I said with Nightmare on Elm Street.
Dying on that hill.
You can definitely argue it. You can definitely argue it.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
I mean, they read incantations that
causes reincarnation.
Don't read from the book.
Yeah.
You mustn't read from the book.
Which they also said that in The Mummy.
Yes. Literally uses the word curse in the movie, Clint.
It does.
Just out of curiosity, how long was it with just you two guys playing tennis?
Actually, you know what? It wasn't too bad, other than a few spots where it was like 5 or 10 minutes. Like Paul dropped in for a bit, Nicole dropped in for a bit.
Yeah, then it was us
never
again
shows
for a
up
while.
when I pick the topic. It's always just like.
Well, I kind of felt like
it's fine. It is what it is.
I kind of felt like that last time.
Would you say it's a curse?
It must. Yeah. Well, there's definitely. I'm definitely cursed. That's
the
for
curse
damn
of
sure.
Adam Backus. Yeah, like I felt like that last week where like I did the Murder While You Work one, and all the ladies showed up, and Claire only.
Well, of course they did. It was you. You probably were here with your shirt off.
No, I wasn't. Claire had to leave after like an hour and a half, so I did like another hour with Abby and Nicole.
Yeah. I dropped in a quick hello from the flea market there, but
yeah,
just in the comments, I was too busy.
They were the bread of a Clint sandwich, huh? All right.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. I guess more of a wrap, you know.
It's
what I mean?
kind of like that, like a wrap.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. No, I remember giving Ryan a hard time from the comments. He's like, "Miss you guys." I'm like, you don't miss us enough to be here.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even hang around. I just said miss you guys, and I was like, fuck it. Go back up.
That's good.
No, flea market Ryan does flea market things. I don't hang around for.
Yeah. Oh, was this day drinking, buying stuff at the flea market? Because I totally understand.
That's where I was. Yeah.
Okay. Day drunk Ryan buys stuff.
Yeah. Not a good haul this year, let me tell you. Like I said, the
No?
only thing I found was that VHS copy of Spice World.
Son of a bitch, Spice World.
That movie is really underappreciated.
With the Spice Girls?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Completely self-aware at how absurd the idea of a musical group making a movie is. Like, they consistently make fun of themselves throughout the whole fucking movie.
Oh, shit.
And at one point, there is a terrorist plot to blow up a double-decker bus with them on it. And it's got George Wendt from Cheers. Like,
holy shit.
fucking great. Seriously, if you track it down, it's well worth a watch.
Damn it.
But
you're
you
convincing me. You're convincing me I need to see
Olin
this.
says that it must be true.
Yeah. Oh, shit. In Evil Dead 2, there were pages that could stop it.
Yes, there were, because they found them. He's right.
Okay, maybe it is Garce.
I'm still on the fence.
Still on
Well,
the fence.
technically, there was pages in the Bible that could stop the Exorcist. Well, not stop the Exorcist, stop Reagan with the Exorcist reading from the pages in the Bible. So if Evil Dead is cursed, then the Exorcist is cursed. Adam's nodding.
I put no stock in the Bible.
Wait, you put stock in the Necronomicon?
Yes.
Well, no, neither do I. But like in the confines of the film, you have to like kind of suspend disbelief. Like that. Like people always say, like The Exorcist isn't scary to me because I'm not religious, and I'm just like, okay, you don't believe in Freddy Krueger either. Like,
right?
Like because you don't believe in Freddy, does that make it less scary? Like, no. And like if you can suspend disbelief enough that there's this burnt serial killer that kills you in your dreams, you can clearly suspend disbelief enough that there's a God. Like,
to be fair, 12-year-old Ryan was terrified of Freddy Krueger. 12-year-old Ryan did not believe that there was a God.
I'm just saying, like, at some point, the whole atheist agnostic thing becomes a point of pride, and people wear that badge. And and I'm one of them to an extent, but not to an extent where I'll be like, this isn't scary because I know that there's no God.
Oh no,
come on, come on.
But the Exorcist did scare.
I hate that. I hate that because of all the horror movies that you watch, the most plausible ones are the ones there could just because you don't believe, like, and I don't, but just because you don't believe doesn't mean that it isn't there. Well, and it still makes it scary for me. I don't know.
To be fair, though, the most plausible ones don't involve God or dream demons.
True.
Right. But I mean, I think the reality of The Exorcist is it should make you afraid of Ouija boards, if nothing else. The only thing that your disbelief would do is just tell you that an exorcism wouldn't fix it.
Well, the Exorcist
I forgot that there was a Ouija board in that.
The Exorcist was actually responsible for
that was the lamest part
board.
To me.
The hate on Ouija boards is because of The Exorcist.
Oh. Man, I thought that was the weakest plot point that they had.
Ouija boards have been out for decades before The Exorcist came out, but because The Exorcist comes out and it shows a Ouija board and a girl getting possessed by the devil, all of a sudden all these Christian groups and everything got right up against Ouija.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I thought Witchboard did a better job with the Ouija board than
fuck Witchboard.
Fucking Exorcist.
Abby's crying a tear right now that you said that.
Well, that's fine. She can go ahead and cry. I'll be okay with that because that movie's fucking terrible.
Yeah, I think she tuned in for a second. She hearted our Facebook feed. So I don't know if she's still there, but we love you. Wish you were here. But you're not.
So. But you're not.
Yeah.
I'm unfriending everybody except you two after this hangout, just so you know.
Just unfriending everyone.
I'm blocking and unfriending everybody
unfriended
that didn't attend.
Yeah.
This specific one.
Yeah.
This was the straw that broke the camel's back. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. All right. Where did we leave off?
I think it was you, wasn't it?
Well, I threw a Nolan in there. We had
wait,
Mannequin. It Follows. Darkness Falls.
Big Trouble in Little
Big
China.
Trouble in
Did we
Little
do one-
China.
did
Oh
we do
shit!
one
We're
after
back
that?
to me. No, we're
Evil
back to
Dead
me.
got brought in.
I threw Evil Dead in
is
there,
Nolan, yeah.
but that was a Nolan.
Yeah, that wasn't you, so yeah.
Olin. Jesus.
Yeah, Olin.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw you Candyman. What do you say to that?
I'd say it's a curse. Candyman is cursed himself. You say his name, you're cursed.
Yeah.
See, Candyman, I put in the same, like, if Candyman is a curse, then Freddy Krueger is a curse because it's the same vengeful spirit.
But you are not a participant in Freddy Krueger.
You are in the
Because you sleep?
Yes.
Oh, you don't manifest him.
Yeah, like they are manifesting
like
Candyman.
on purpose. Like you have to sleep. You don't have to stand in front of a mirror and say his name however many times.
Yeah, because it's your ignorance. You're not respecting the fear that conjures him through reciting his name. Yeah. And that's when he comes.
Yeah.
That's when he comes?
Yeah.
Hey-o.
And he only kills racist white people.
Yeah, he only kills white.
Except for when he doesn't.
When did he not?
Literally, like killed Ted Raimi's girlfriend. And that was so weird that Ted Raimi was in that movie.
It was a little weird, yeah.
His second victim was was it Virginia Madsen's friend?
Her smoking hot black friend?
Did she get it?
Yeah.
I can't remember what her name was, but God, every time I watch that movie, I'm always
so yes, the Virginia Madsen smoking hot black friend Clint, was she a racist white woman?
Mochaccino, yeah.
In another life she was.
In another life.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Like she shouldn't have had any reason to stand in front of a mirror and say his name.
Well, no, wait. She was already in trouble with the police. So why was she already in trouble with the police?
It's almost like we should watch the movie.
I feel like it should now.
I've seen Candyman so many times. That movie scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Did she get it from Candyman? That doesn't make any sense.
She did.
Damn. Well, that's bullshit.
Shit. Why was Virginia Madsen already in trouble with the police? Because of the dog. The baby had already been stolen.
Oh.
Remember, she wakes up, the dog's dead, the baby's been stolen. She wakes up in that other woman's apartment.
Yeah, right. They think she has something to do with it.
They think she has something to do with it. So then her best friend dies, and then she winds up getting admitted. That's right.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway, the whole thing is not just racist white people.
Yeah, but given the storyline, it should have been. You know what I mean? Given the nature of his death, like to me, that made the most sense.
I mean, there is a racial overtone to it.
Oh, huge.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's not.
Which is why I feel that. Which is why I feel that kill doesn't fit. You know what I mean?
It's the whole. No, you're right. It doesn't fit. It's the whole. It's the legs that the movie stands on.
Yeah.
So that is very.
By all rights, her character shouldn't have died.
Now he framed Virginia Madsen.
Sure.
But. Fuck! Did we just break the movie?
Did you guys see the most recent version of Candyman?
Yes, liked it. It needed to be longer.
Where the baby that was missing is actually the protagonist, and
worst kept secret ever. That would have been such a cool twist. They spoiled it in the fucking trailer.
I haven't.
They should not have. Yeah.
Never did.
But that movie definitely needed to be like another 15 minutes because it's such a slow burn, and in the last 15 minutes, it just fucking flies too fast.
Interesting.
You're the one that brought it up. So what do you got?
I know.
What do you got to say about it?
I'm just
Who, me?
saying, I thought it was a curse movie, and I think we've established that it is. I obviously I don't have as good a memory of it as I should because I only watched it like 1 or 2 times.
Right.
So I'm missing some key details of stuff that happened in it. But for the most part, you know, I think it stands. You know, tortured and murdered by some people for having a relationship with a white woman.
Right. I
and,
hated in the sequel how they changed it to like Candyman isn't an entity so much as he is like an idea.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Ryan? Like he wasn't so much the catalyst in that movie. It was basically there were a series of things that that if you do, you will bring upon a Candyman-like curse upon you. So it's not really like Candyman is he's not like a corporal being. It's just sort of like
Yeah, and no, I know what you're saying, and it was explored actually in the most recent one.
yeah, that's what
They
I mean.
they really got into that. Like, even the line, Candyman ate the bee. He's the whole goddamn hive. Yeah, Candyman is no longer just a singular entity. It's like almost this. I don't even know the word for it. Like it's so much. It's a history of.
It's a history of
hate and vengeance.
Of hate and of racial racial intolerance and vengeance.
Yeah. Like making amends for everything that's happened.
Right. And if a series of things happen, like Candyman will.
I did like that. Like I liked that Candyman was. There could be different Candyman. I did like that.
I thought it was their way of explaining why Tony Todd wasn't in the movie. And I know
I feel that was why. I guarantee it. Like the dude's getting up there.
He's up there. I get it. Yeah, but it was a departure for me. Like from a lot about what I liked about the original. I like thinking of Candyman as an actual person, not just as like I don't know, like almost like a punishment.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you summon the Candyman, you summon not just Tony Todd anymore. You basically is
right.
Flavor of the week. Like it's this Candyman this time, we're gonna be this Candyman next time.
Yeah. That's how I think. That's what I'm
There you go. Yeah. I love that Clint is the one that brought up Candyman, and we're the ones that are.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a lot to say about the newest edition of it because I haven't seen it myself, and I wanted to, and I know it's got some messages in it.
Jordan Peele produced it. I wish he had taken it on and actually like did the whole thing and like directed it because there are a few filmmakers that I respect in the genre today more than him, even though I hated his last movie. But that being said, I will always watch with hesitation. I will always watch whatever he makes.
Boat, yeah. I didn't like what was it called?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't like Nope either. But I mean his next movie, yeah, I'm down. Let's watch
it. Always. Yep.
Yeah. No, I'll totally watch what he makes. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, no, Clint, definitely give the new one a watch. Like I said,
you'll
get what I mean after you see it. Like
you will like it.
Need to be longer.
It's different. Yeah, and it's the cool thing about it, Clint, is like it's not very long at all. It barely tracks in over like an hour and like 15, it's like an hour and 15 minutes or something like that. Hour 20 minutes.
No, I think it's a little over an hour, but it easily could have been a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
I was really into the story.
Like it ended, and I was like, seriously, it's over?
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, definitely.
Not in like a bad way. Not like in a way where like the story hadn't reached its conclusion. Just that like I just felt I hadn't been sitting in the theater for that long.
Yeah.
And when it ends, like it like I said, it ramps up fast at the end, and you want it to keep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Nice. Well, yeah, no, I'm totally going to give that a shot. It looks like it might be on Prime or something like that. So as long as I don't have to like pay extra to watch it, I'll definitely give it a shot.
As is tradition.
Yeah. You know, if I paid for every freaking movie I wanted to watch, I'd go broke in a week. You know. So, all right. How we doing here? How's your list coming along there, Ryan?
I've got my little stack here, so.
Okay. Got some left?
Oh, yeah, I got a couple left. I think one of them you're going to seriously question, and I'm honestly questioning it. This one I'm not questioning. And we're bringing it back to Carpenter, The Fog.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the Curse movie. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
110% Cursed. And that actually goes to what you're saying. Like, it's not the individuals, it's the history.
They're cursed, as the kids say. They're cursed AF.
Yeah, the history of the town is cursed.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right.
Not a huge fan of this movie, but it is a curse movie.
Oh, okay. I really can't say a lot about it. I'm not super familiar with it. And I know I need to familiarize myself with it because it is super popular and it is Carpenter.
Right.
And is Adrienne Barbeau in this?
Adrienne Barbeau, Tom.
Yeah. So I gotta see it because I love her.
Tom Atkins, Jamie Lee Curtis.
Curtis.
It's a good ghost story movie.
Okay.
And the imagery is fantastic.
The imagery is fantastic. Yep.
The story, and there was some issues with the story because that whole campfire scene at the beginning was added later because they realized the movie didn't make any fucking sense.
And that's all the exposition you need is like that little 2-minute sequence with like the old man telling the story to the kids. I love that sequence. I love it.
And it almost
I love when movies start with like a campfire scene. I love it. I think it's so great. It's a really slow moving movie for me. And that's why like when I was like younger and I watched it, I didn't really care for it.
Okay.
It just takes a while for it to get going, you know.
I gotcha.
And Jamie Lee Curtis sleeps with Tom Atkins immediately.
She's known him for like 5 minutes. That man just got all kinds of tail.
As a kid, I'm going, oh, that's how it works. All right, this is great. I can't wait. I can't wait to drive around and pick up hitchhiker.
Like, like Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey in Contact.
Yeah.
I've never seen Contact.
It's all right.
And it's a great little ghost story. But the thing about The Fog is that like the runtime hurts it. This should be a Tales from the Crypt episode. This shouldn't be a feature-length film.
That's the feeling I got from it. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
It's just too long. Like there's just not enough story to justify the runtime.
I got you.
Because like Tom Atkins and Jamie Lee Curtis's characters are pretty much inconsequential.
Yes.
If I remember right.
Yeah. It's almost like they were added in just to like fill it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything that happens is inconsequential. Because they don't stop them. Like
that kid that found the piece of driftwood, he seemed kind of important.
Yeah.
Not so much the kid, more so the driftwood.
Like I love the idea of the fog, and like when we're talking about it now, even now, I think of this like beautiful imagery of the fog like slowly creeping up on like to the shore and over the boat, and like it's so great. It's just it's still something I like to watch around Halloween.
Yeah, you definitely got great spooky season vibes.
It is a little slow moving at times, and
the finale is great,
fantastic. Right.
Yeah, once we get into full blown, like the fog rolls in, we got the ghosts showing up. It's creepy.
Yep.
but it takes a hell of a long time to get there.
It does.
Wow.
That being said, Clint, if you haven't seen it, you should check it out. Seriously.
Totally. Yeah. No, I've been meaning to for a long time. Just haven't made the time for it.
Yeah, I get it.
Mhm.
So many movies, so little time.
Oh my God.
It's like the
Every
story.
time I turn around, there's another one being recommended to me.
Right.
Usually on these things.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, I dig though, like when you check out some of them and you like it, like Exists. I think you said you liked, and
That one was super cool.
like a couple other ones. So that's
Yeah.
cool.
There's
dig
not
that.
a lot of cryptid movies that I'm like, oh,
No,
yeah,
there
this
really
is
isn't.
fucking awesome. You know what I mean? It's like there's a ton of cryptid movies, and a lot of them are bad.
Really bad.
But like to find one that's like a gem that's really worth it. I mean, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
Like and I think we talked about a good many of them on that hangout, which was what made that topic cool. Because I got to go check that out. Existence is a great
This
movie.
was the Bigfoot movie, right?
Yeah.
Done in Blair Witch found footage style.
And there was a twist at the end regarding
Just motive.
Yeah, the motive.
The
Yeah.
motive of the
behind
Bigfoot.
the Bigfoot. Yes,
Yeah.
I saw that. That is really good.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was based on your recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I think I found like one Chupacabra movie in that was actually kind of cool. You know what I mean? It's like, and most of those are terrible.
I saw this bad shit, like low budget piece of shit Chupacabra movie.
Feels
fucking insane. I love it.
Feels like there's a good little monster
Eric
movie.
Estrada in it?
Possibly.
It's like Chupacabra is a pretty cool cryptid. Like you figure like somebody could make a cool little monster movie out of that. Like like Critters and Gremlins.
The best appearance of a Chupacabra in anything was the Red Dead Redemption DLC, where a side quest is hunting down a Chupacabra. That's
the thing. Like I need to play more video games.
Yes.
Like my gaming days are so behind me, and but I see on YouTube like some of these games now, and I'm like, holy shit! I could literally get lost in this game for hours.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm like, maybe that's a reason not to get it.
Yeah.
Because I really feel like, and it looks so addicting. I could totally get lost in like some of these worlds and adventures and stuff, and it's just been so long since I've been a gamer, so I just don't know. Like that new Texas Chainsaw Massacre game looks amazing.
Yeah,
I've dabbled in it. But I'm not a fan of that. Like that. What is it? Dead by Daylight, stuff like that.
Where you're like playing with multiple people. Yeah.
Yeah, 4v1. I'm not a big fan of that. So my son really got into the Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah, I do need to expand my video game horizons a little bit, like because I find that I get stuck into like a niche, or like a type of video game, or like a specific series. Like I am still all over the Resident Evil series.
Yeah, me too.
There's so many, and all of them are just about like quality games. Sorry.
To this day, when a new Resident Evil comes out, I will take a day off work.
That's cool. That's all.
Because the games can usually be beaten in about 10 hours.
Yeah.
So I take the day off. I just play Resident Evil. Yeah. Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Those are the two I'll do it for.
Okay, cool.
That's fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this one sci-fi alien-based game, Alien Isolation. I don't know if you guys played that one.
Oh, several times.
Such a cool game. I played it a bunch of times. Somebody dared me to play it on Nightmare one time, Nightmare mode, and I did that because they told me I wouldn't do it.
What is Nightmare mode?
Nightmare mode is fucking ridiculous. Think of every advantage that you have in the game taken away from you, and you take damage so easily. It takes nothing to get killed. Your motion tracker doesn't work. Like they take that away from you immediately. Like, so you have to mentally know the map and where you have to go. And you get almost zero supplies to build things. So you know how you can make like
noise bombs, stuff like that. Like stuff to distract the
makeshift
alien.
weapons and explosives and stuff like that. Like you barely get enough to make a couple of med kits, throughout the gameplay. And the map is gone, so you can't even look at the map. So no map, no motion tracker, no stuff to make things with, and you're just relying on avoiding the alien and those stupid fucking working Joes and all that stuff. So it's ridiculously hard. And like when you do finally get a flamethrower, like they only give you enough like fuel to like do what you need to do. So like you have to use it extremely sparingly, and not waste it at all. Otherwise you're going to run out and then you won't be able to finish the game.
No, because you got to save it for the face huggers. Otherwise you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. It is so incredibly difficult to do. Like I made it through one time and I must have died like 500 times, like trying to get through it. It's ridiculous. I don't recommend it to anybody.
That game, one of the I'll say this quick thing about it and then I'm done talking about this video game.
Yeah.
One of the best gaming moments of my life came from this game. You know how you have the option to turn on the mic, and if you yourself make a noise, it'll attract the alien.
Exactly.
So my son and I are playing it together. This is years ago when he was a kid, and my daughter was all of maybe like 3 years old. So me and my son are playing this together, and I'm hiding in a locker, and we're both just like I'm holding the fucking controller, about to break it, and we're being whisper quiet because we know if like we make a noise, the alien will hear us. And all of a sudden, my daughter comes into the living room. She's just like, and then I'm like, Alex, and then we just hear the, and then just thump, thump, thump. Locker flies open. I scream. Controller goes flying across the room. My son runs out of the living room. Anyway, after that, we turned it off. We're like, fuck this. We're done. I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, it took me a little while to figure out that it had that option because the first time I played it, like ambient noise in the room that you're in, collected by the controller will get picked up in the game, and the AI will figure out where you are. It's fucking crazy. Yeah.
Fuck that game.
So, yeah, it's a damn good game. So somebody recommended another game to me because it was an awful lot like that gameplay. I'm trying to remember what it was called now.
Outlast?
I don't know if that was the one or not.
Layers of Fear. No.
Super Mario 3.
Super Mario 3.
That might have been it. Yeah.
Oh, Amnesia?
No, sorry. I'm not going to think of it. I just know that wasn't it. But if
you ever do get back into gaming, Adam, Alien Isolation. 110%.
Yeah, I mean, it's an investment too because those consoles are so fucking expensive.
Yeah.
Like I have a PlayStation.
3,
what
4?
are the different?
4?
No.
2?
You don't have a 4?
No. I have a PlayStation, the one where you can play Modern Warfare 3 on.
3.
So that all right? Is that maybe that's a 3. And it's like rotting in my basement right now. Like I don't even use it anymore.
Yeah.
You can pick up a PS4 now for or an Xbox One for maybe $150. And most of these games that we're talking about, like they're from that era.
Yeah.
Yeah, I play Alien Isolation on PS4.
I feel like I have no free time, and it's like the free time I do have, I feel like I should be watching something.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I don't know why I feel like that. Maybe just to like be able to like talk intelligently about movies, so that like for when we do hangouts and podcasts and that kind of thing.
No, I get it. I was very much like that too. I've actually had to force because I love gaming, but I was very much in the mindset like I don't have time for this. I almost had to force myself to get back into it because I do enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. There was one point where I was like on Modern Warfare 3, I was like ranked and like in the world. I was like the 3,000th something. And I know that doesn't sound like anything, but like when you're it was the entire world. All these, like they show a globe in the beginning and it's like, this is all the people that are playing and it's spread out like everywhere in Europe and Russia and like blah blah, blah, and that was like 3,000 something on Modern Warfare 3.
That's kind of cool.
But I never wanted to stop playing that one. I never advanced into the other games because I was so good at this one.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to learn something new. Why can't I keep? I'm an old man. Can't I just keep playing this one against 13-year-olds?
Getting them to swear a bunch.
Yeah. In fairness, I haven't played a video game in a very long time. Same reason. Like I feel like I don't have the time for it, and I should be doing something else.
When my parents gave me, or my family got this for me for Christmas, and even then I thought I was too old. I'd signed on, and immediately I have 13-year-olds talking trash to me. You suck. Oh my God, your mom and dad don't even love you. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, this is my first time playing. Cut me some slack. I'm 30 years older than you.
This is why I don't do online gaming.
And they're so much better than me. And I think there's a lot of hacking going on too.
Yeah, you're like, I'm gonna come to your house.
No, it's not. We're just getting old, Adam.
No, I think there's a lot of hacking going on. Don't shoot me from across the board. Like, seriously.
I don't know, man. I've watched my son play these games. He can pull up some crazy tricks.
He's probably cheating.
He's not cheating.
He's cheating.
He's actually the only reason I still play video games, because he gets me into them with him. So
I remember playing old school Nintendo baseball with my dad, and him accusing me of cheating. And I was just like, all I'm doing is I have the same Nintendo controller as you, Dad. What am I doing? He's like,
I saw that movie War Games.
I'm not playing with you ever again. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
You have an extra button. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's right here on the back.
Cheat code I'm putting in every time.
Up, down, down, left, right, left, right.
Yeah. I like how we've turned into a gaming channel.
I know. Isn't that crazy? So I don't know. I mean, we can continue with this if you want. If you don't, we can just rattle off some randoms if you want, and lay it to rest. I mean, how many more curse movies do you think you have?
I have one.
I've got 3 right here.
But I could stretch it into whatever.
Okay.
But I can just rhyme off the 3 really quick.
Hey, go for it.
When it gets back to me, it's Adam's turn.
That's it.
All right. The Ring.
Good one.
That hasn't been brought up yet. I know The Grudge has, but The Ring has not.
It was brought up with The Grudge, but we never talked about it.
Okay.
True.
Well, The Ring deserves its own little chat because it is that good.
Yes.
Now, are we talking Ring U, or are we talking the Naomi Watts ring?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm talking to Naomi Watts. The Naomi Watts ring. Naomi Watts. That's like
that's fantastic.
Her Halloween name.
I was gonna say that's my new gaming handle right
Naomi there. Watts. Yeah. First of all, she's sex on a plate in that movie.
She never did it for me.
Oh, well, you always had that vision problem. No, she's really good. She's fucking hot as shit. But there's just something so creepy. These Asian horror films, like, they fuck me up. The original movies and even the American counterparts. The Grudge, Ju-on, and The Grudge, like the American one, scary as fuck. Like, I don't know what it is. You know, I'm past the point where like horror scares me for the most part, but those movies still get under my skin.
Yeah.
And this is totally one of them. And you know, the VHS tape from hell, you know, like how awful are the images and the sounds on that thing. And there's just such a incredible sense of foreboding in this entire movie. And there's that jump scare that like everyone knows when you talk about the Ring jump scare. Everyone knows what you're talking about, and it's the girl
in the closet,
and her face is like, you know. And
That
you
was the
know,
only. Sorry, I was just to interject there. That was the only downside. I saw the American release first, obviously.
yep.
So when I finally watched Ring U and they do that same jump scare, and it's just like some random actress making a derp face. Like there was no prosthetics or anything done, so it was just
That's a letdown then.
such a letdown because
Yeah.
it's done so much better in the American.
No, because when I saw that in the theater, it was burning my brain, and like I couldn't stop thinking about it. Like the entire time I was sitting there watching it, and I kept waiting for it to be for that to happen again, and I was like, please no, I don't want to see that.
Instead it was derp.
No, she's just derp face, no music, nothing. It's just the closet door opens and she's just like. I was like, well, that's not scary. But no, yeah, that and the fact that it happens within like what about the first 15 minutes, that sets the mood for the rest of the movie.
Yep.
That girl got fucked up. Something happened to her, and you're just freaking out that it's going to happen to somebody else, and we're going to have to see that again.
That Gore Verbinski.
Gore Verbinski, yeah.
Like the way he creates atmosphere and mood with like the coloring of each scene, like everything just looks so Seattle. Like how Seattle is in my brain. Just
it always looks like it's about to rain.
Constantly raining and gloomy and depressing, and it's just such a perfect. If it wasn't so terrifying, it would be like the perfect movie to fall asleep to.
Because it is very quiet for the most part.
Yeah, it's very quiet, very peaceful. The scenery is beautiful, and then as soon as you get nestled down, horses start freaking out and jumping off of boats,
and then you're finally calmed down again, and all of a sudden Brian Cox shows up, and in classic Brian Cox fashion,
as he does,
like, you're just like, does he even know he's in a movie right now?
Or they just film him? Yeah,
they just filmed Brian Cox.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and like it's so played out now.
Yeah.
Almost like Darth Vader or something. Like it's so there's been so many parodies made, but that first time that Samara crawls out of the television is legitimately terrifying.
Yeah.
Like now it's probably parody to the extent of like Reagan and Exorcist and some of the other things. But that is a really terrifying image. And the phone calls that she keeps getting, too, are really scary. So I don't know. I love that. I've really liked this movie a lot. I don't know if I've ever seen the original, to be honest with you. I don't know if I have.
It delves much more into, like in the American version, she's just an evil child. In the Japanese version, it goes much more into why she was an evil child. It delves into a lot more into possession and demons.
She was like a chosen one.
That. Yeah, very much.
Have you taken a moment to consider how absolutely dated this fucking movie is?
I mean, I haven't seen it in a really long time.
Like VHS tapes, landline.
VHS tapes,
landline phone calls.
Yeah, like nobody twerks.
Exactly. And
like, that happens all the time. I'm just walking down the street. There's like people twerking to the right and left.
Yeah, horses. I mean, like 1895. They want their mode of transportation back.
I don't even know what a horse
is. And well, do you remember how they essentially broke the curse for themselves? They took
made
a copy of the VHS to a video store.
So it's It Follows.
And they put it in a Blockbuster,
Yeah.
So
they
It Follows fucking just ripped off of The Ring, is what we're saying.
Which is what a lot of horror movies did.
Think about it. I never drew a correlation between The Ring and It Follows before.
Yeah, but just instead of watching a tape, you get your dick wet.
You have sex with an 8-foot tall man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what if the 8-foot tall man wants to have sex with you?
What are you gonna do? Say no? Hmm?
Yeah, and then you have to get rid of the curse. It
Jesus
follows.
Christ,
Yeah. Go bang a
Well, hey,
prostitute.
it follows, rips off this movie.
Ring. Yeah.
The O-ring. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the ring.
I think the best
Cock ring.
parody.
The onion ring.
What was it?
The
Scary
onion
movie.
ring. I love
The
onion.
onion ring.
Me too.
The onion ring. I don't know why that's so funny.
They say that if you go to this one specific Applebee's, and you get their onion rings, you'll get your check. But where you're
All
supposed
the
to
waitresses look like
it just
Samara with their hair down.
but where you're supposed to leave a tip on the check, it just says 7 days.
7 days.
The highlight, I knew the ring peaked when we got, what was it, Scary Movie 4?
Okay.
And they did. But that, honestly, say what you want about the franchise going to shit. When the water starts coming out of the TV, and Cindy's friend there is just like, Cindy, the TV's leaking. I just lost my shit. I had to pause the movie because I was laughing so hard. So the ring's a great one. That's another one though. There's like 15 of the. There's like 15 ring movies in Japan.
Yeah, there's so many.
And there's also Kyoko versus.
I haven't seen that, and I want to watch it so much.
I
I'll tell you something. The Grudge, as much as The Ring scared me, The Grudge, like I almost shat myself.
That's actually you had
that
mentioned,
movie
like,
was
as an
so
adult.
fucking scary, and I was not prepared for that at all. Like a lot of times, people
bitch up in the attic space. Damn,
dude, that ghost is so scary to me. That ghost and that fucking cat kid.
Kid and
like there is some creepy shit that makes my skin crawl in the Grudge, and I know we already talked about it.
Yeah.
But that's like the last movie that I can think of where I was sitting in the theater, and I had to turn. I actually had to like stop watching the movie. I had to like turn like turn my head away because it was so it really fucking affected me.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is great. Like horror can still scare me.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough after the whole Ring thing. I got really into Japanese horror. It was back in the day of like Pirate Bay and shit. So I saw the Japanese Grudge movies before the American remake came out. And just like you were saying, Adam, like I think that's the last movie that actually scared the shit out of me. Like I can remember watching it in my bedroom with my headphones on my computer. And I had to stop the movie. I walked down the living room. My girlfriend at the time, she's like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, I just needed a break.
Yep. Because they plant those seeds early, and they grow them up throughout the movie, and it is bonkers. It's bonkers. Like it's not just random jump scares. It's like they get into your bones. Like they get in there like
Everything is planned out so well. And the movie is like the movie being disjointed almost adds to that because you're not able to get comfortable with what's happening because things are changing so rapidly. Like you're bouncing back and forth between characters and time frames. Like you can be watching something and the next scene happened a day before.
Right.
You're never allowed to feel comfortable with the movie.
No, you can. It never relents.
There, see, we agree on some things.
Yeah. It's a good one. Yeah.
Did you ever see Rings?
No.
Like the newer one that came out like maybe 10 years ago?
I just figured it was like Alien and Aliens.
So hey, let's see what this movie needs.
They're just locked into like a house, and a bunch of Samaras are coming at them from different angles. And...
cool concept, just executed poorly. Basically, it was about a group of people that, like, by now, thankfully, the movie is no longer on VHS. It's like a shared video file. But the whole concept of the movie was that you would watch it and you'd try to go as long as possible on the 7 days before you passed it to the next person.
Okay.
Gotcha. Huh. You mean this movie from 2005?
Is it that old? No, Rings.
That's what I'm looking at here.
Am I the only one that...
No, it's got the dude from Big Bang Theory. There's no way it's from
I don't recognize decades in the 2000s. I just think it's like just one.
It's all one thing. I gotta look this up now.
It's a movie called Rings. Jake, a young teenager, watches a cursed videotape after joining a teen cult named Rings. Join Jake as he lives the horrifying experiences of Samara Morgan's cursed tape.
Shut the front door. 18 years ago?
I guess.
No. 2017.
I'm looking at something different. What the
shoot.
fuck? Oh, there is one from 2017. You're right. Dang. The one I was looking at appears to have been a short film.
Yes, because this is, it's got Johnny Galecki in it, the dude from Big Bang Theory. So, yeah, 2017, I was going to say, there's no way it was that old.
Wow. And Vincent D'Onofrio. What the hell?
I don't remember him in that movie.
Oh, played a character called Burke. So it is kind of like Aliens.
Look at that.
Burke. Carter J.
Well, I'm glad Adam brought up The Ring, because, that is definitely a damn good movie.
Yeah, for sure. And it deserves special recognition, too, not just like a side conversation with The Grudge, because...
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one that came to the United States first, by the way. That was made... The Ring came before The Grudge did. And it actually... The Ring remake is superior to the Grudge remake, even though the Grudge remake still does it for me. Like it
gets shit on a lot, but I think it's really good.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, my experience of being a horror fan is like everything gets shit on eventually, and unfortunately, and
but I'm like at the time of its release, it was like in the horror community, it was not.
No, I don't know. Nobody was knocking it. Everyone was singing its praises.
Really? We were in different communities.
No,
The Grudge.
Oh, The Grudge.
Everybody fucking loved it.
No, I do remember everyone hating The Grudge and me going, "What the fuck did you watch?" Because I was scared to death.
Well, they even got the original director, like the guy who directed the Japanese.
Right.
Grudge.
They did. So it's not like they, it wasn't like Remy Harlan or something. It was like the guy that did the original thing.
Could you imagine a Remy Harlan Grudge movie?
Gina Davis coming out. But yeah, I mean, that's why I thought that like it was okay with me saying that scared the shit out of me, and it still does. That thing that comes down the steps. God, it scares me to death. It scares me to death. And if somebody posted that right now, please don't. It would scare me to death right now.
The noise she makes and the contortions. It's just
imagining Gina Davis derping really hard.
Here's the gist. Like, if you're a horror fan, there's probably a part of you that wants to believe in the supernatural, right? Even if you don't, there's a part of you that wants to. And, that... I'm sitting there going, if ghosts are real, that would fuck me up. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's move on.
The fuck?
Huh?
I'll get to this in a second. Do your thing.
Oh, okay. Now I was just gonna name off a few that I mean I have a bunch written down here, but I feel like I'm gonna name the ones that I think are thought provoking, maybe, or maybe we just weren't thinking about them. Ghost Rider comes to mind.
Yeah, nobody ever thinks about that movie, so I'll give you that.
Yeah. Daredevil dies, and then yet he is cursed to reap souls, levy justice, create balance in the world.
Can I interject for just a moment?
Certainly.
If Ghost Rider would be an appropriate superhero that would fit this category, would Spawn not also be a curse movie?
I don't know.
Yes.
What is the crux there?
Well, he's Spawn.
He's Spawn. He's cursed to be Spawn.
Yeah, he's cursed to be Spawn.
Because of his evil deeds as an assassin.
Yep.
Hitman or whatever.
Cursed to roam the earth, fighting for the Devil's Army.
So I didn't mean to like totally derail the Ghost Rider thing. It was just something that came to my brain.
To be fair, I'd rather talk about Spawn than Ghost Rider.
That makes sense. Jeez. All right.
Although now I want to see a movie where Nicolas Cage plays Spawn.
Oh boy. Are you sure you want to see that?
I 100% do it.
He wouldn't make a movie where his entire face was covered up. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he'll do a movie where he doesn't talk long before he does one where you can't see his face.
Willy's Wonderland is such an underappreciated movie.
I think it's appreciated amongst the right people.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail your thing, Clint. It was just a thought.
No, that's all right.
But Ghost Rider is definitely a.
Oh yeah.
Well, first of all, the being Ghost Rider is a fucking curse. That's awful.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. It's much more awful than being Spawn. Driving around with your face on fucking fire, like that sucks.
It didn't seem to bother him too much.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And you're always having to be compared to Sam Elliott. Like, that's just not fair.
Sam Elliott.
Yeah, the guy who killed the Bigfoot.
That movie was such a disappointment.
Can't imagine with a title like that.
Scenes were pretty cool though. Like they made the Bigfoot like not how I would expect.
I don't think I made it as far enough to get to the Bigfoot scene.
You didn't even get to the Bigfoot scene?
I don't think so.
How about Hocus Pocus?
Yes. That is a cursed movie.
I'm under contract. I can't talk about that movie.
You can't talk about it. Okay. Well, moving on.
Yeah.
Oh, ladies love that one. Like I don't know a single lady that doesn't love Hocus Pocus, and for some reason it annoys the shit out of me.
Jen does not like Hocus Pocus. When the sequel.
She have a sister?
What?
Does she have a sister?
No, actually. Well, she might. She was adopted. She's not sure.
She might have a sister. It's soap opera territory. Yeah. Maybe she does. Maybe she doesn't.
But no, that's because I remember when the sequel came out. I'm like, hey, you want to watch Hocus Pocus? She's like, why the fuck would I want to watch?
No, like
Hocus Pocus.
And I'm sorry. It's like the same like the pumpkin spice. Let's get the pumpkin spice latte. Let's go see Hocus Pocus. Like, stop.
In fairness, this wasn't my pick. My wife gave me that one to put on the list. But
oops.
I've not seen the movie.
Oh my god.
I've not seen it.
So no, it is very much a cursed movie though. The sisters are cursed. The cat, like the cat.
No offense
boy,
to your wife, obviously.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
The cat boy is cursed. The zombie is cursed. There's a whole lot of curses going on.
I mean, it must be really good for so
not.
many women to love it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. And children.
Sarah Jessica Parker
and children
literally plays a pedophile in it. Like, it's not.
That's kind of crazy.
She plays a pedophile?
Pretty sure that's what the vibe she was giving off. Yeah, she's very obsessed with underage boys.
She's sexually attracted to children.
That's crazy.
Like, I mean, it's yeah, it just doesn't. There's definitely a little bit of take a seat over there vibes coming from this movie.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where they like underplayed it in the sequel. They made sure to avoid all that stuff. I've seen both of these movies, by the way. I don't know why.
Okay.
You watch a lot, and it's fine. Like, you don't have like a I'm not watching that. You have a much more cavalier attitude to what you're watching.
Very open-minded about the movies that you would decide to watch, which is cool.
It's very much just a fuck it, let's watch this attitude.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I understand.
You don't have to have the old I ain't watching that. That's for chicks. Like, you don't do that.
Oh no. No, definitely not.
That's a kid's movie. Fuck that shit. You know? You don't do that. So I feel like we talked about it already, but Sleepy Hollow is on my list.
Yep.
I definitely feel like that's a cursed movie.
I don't like that. I don't like that movie very much.
You don't like it?
Okay. It grew on me. It was one of the first movies I bought on DVD,
I like
so I had to watch it a lot.
I love that story.
You feel like Johnny Depp fucked it up?
No, it's not even Johnny Depp. It's just I don't know what it is.
Christopher Lee's a judge.
Christopher Walken.
It's too Tim Burton-y.
It is.
It's just too
it was
on the nose Tim Burton-y.
It was the beginning of the end for Tim Burton.
Yes, right. I mean, a lot of the imagery is beautiful, but yeah, like Ichabod Crane, the whole story with him has been modified, and
I get what Adam's saying. I like it. I
don't even like Christopher Walken, even though he looks amazing. I don't like to know that he's this guy with sharp teeth. Like, that defeats the purpose of what the Headless Horseman is.
Well, yeah, Headless Horseman shouldn't have teeth. He's headless,
and he shouldn't be like a henchman for somebody else.
Yeah, he was just like he was
basically just a henchman.
Yeah, he's done muscle for.
He was like Bane.
Whatever her name was.
You know.
Yeah, I kind of enjoyed the backstory a bit. Him being a Hessian mercenary.
No, I like that part because of the historical accuracies.
Yeah.
You're talking about how he was for not Helen Hunt there. Like how he was her patsy. She was commanding him. You didn't like that?
Helen Hunt is in this?
No, not Helen Hunt. I don't know.
Not Helen Hunt. Dollar General Helen Hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Man, let me tell you, that was one of the first things I did when I went to the States. I'm like, I got to check out this Dollar General everybody's talking about. I know there's always the jokes about people going into the States like, oh, I'm going to get shot, The only time, and literally this was with hanging out with like some of the people we know where there were like guns out there. The only time I was actually worried that I was going to get shot was in a Dollar General.
Not even a Dollar Tree. It was a Dollar General. Fuck.
That's great.
Yeah. Knockoff version, you know.
It was like when you make the trek south.
Yeah.
So it's like you never go north.
Yeah.
She was
It was in Winn-Dixie. And
that was her name, Winn-Dixie?
No, I'm fucking around. No, that's
I recognize her from other stuff.
A grocery store in the South.
You guys got weird names for shit. But yeah, no, the best, Tim Burton. Sleepy Hollow is Tim Burton getting full of Tim Burton. It's the beginning of that. That's where we get all the windy trees and the everything else.
Yeah,
like,
it's too much.
You can't just have a normal tree. Like, it's a tree, Tim. Like, let's calm down a bit here.
Yeah.
It's a special tree.
Yeah, but all the trees look like that.
I just don't like the story. I'm okay with the imagery for the most part, especially if you're going for that vibe. It's fine. There was just the story was too convoluted. Like it takes away from the original story, where it's literally just
a love triangle.
A love triangle. Somebody pretending to be a ghost and then running into the actual ghost. And there's a really great Halloween charm to that.
Well, yeah, I usually watch the Disney version every year.
Yes. Yep. It's the best. Yeah, they've never done better than that cartoon. But like I understand the changes to the extent where you're trying to again justify an over 2 hour long runtime, and Johnny Depp's in it, so you can't just make him a cowardly school teacher or whatever he was in the story.
Yeah, he was a school teacher in the.
Ichabod Crane. He was like an investigator.
What was he? Was like a mortician or no? He was like a crime scene.
He was
investigator.
He was a crime scene investigator.
Yeah, like a forensics analyst.
Almost. That's it. Yeah,
like early stages of it.
And it's just here's the thing about Burton, man. Like he won't commit. He doesn't commit. Like he never makes something fully scary. Like just commit for once in your fucking life.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
Like why does everything have to be cutesy, hot topic? Make something fucking scary. Why? Why? You've been fucking blue ballsing for like decades. Just make a fucking horror movie. Why does everything have to be on the fucking edge?
Yeah.
This movie literally has a man getting impaled.
But you know what I mean? Like he definitely
right. Like it should be.
He always like tiptoes that line.
Yeah, no, he never goes all out.
He clearly wants to evoke horror shit in his movies. That's clearly like something he's going for.
I don't know.
He just doesn't ever go the full 9 yards with it.
I felt kind of scared when the kid was under the floor. In that
As you will.
Yeah.
Kids do not belong in floors.
No. And he was found.
The boy ain't right.
By the horseman.
I
thought that was a pretty frightening scene.
It is, but just like how Large Marge is a frightening scene in Pee-wee's Big Adventure, like
that's what I mean. He can do horror if he wants to. That's like, the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Imagine though, like the tension and the fear in that, 2 minutes of movie. Imagine if he just made the whole movie like that.
Yeah. It would be like Mouth of Madness. People would be killing each other.
Instead, we got an hour 45 of Johnny Depp being like, oh goodness, I'm going to use this to look at my eyes. They're silly because they're so big.
Right. Yeah. Yes. That's what it was just.
God damn it. See, I started this thinking, oh yeah, I like Sleepy Hollow. After these last 10 minutes, I'm outraged by this movie.
You're like, fuck that movie. Well, holy shit.
God damn it.
All right.
Is that what you had, or you got any more?
I'll limit it to one more. We don't get too many good Indian burial ground movies. I'm going to give you Pet Cemetery. Cursed Ground.
100% a cursed movie.
Yeah.
And probably something that should have been brought up earlier. It's the literal essence of what a cursed movie is. It's cursed ground. It's don't go here. It's signs everywhere telling you not to go here.
Don't go down that road.
It's people telling you to stay the fuck away.
Until
it's the absolute essence of a cursed movie.
Yeah.
And that one person that forgoes every warning and does it anyway. And that's a great pick. And for whatever reason, I didn't even fucking think about it. But it is 100% a cursed movie. And it's probably one of the best examples on our list,
Wow.
in my opinion.
Yeah. I thought, like it should have been more obvious. Like,
Yep.
but if you're like doing what I did and you're like just searching for curse horror movies, you get everything but that. It doesn't come up in a search, which is crazy to me. It should. And if it does, it's like deep in the search. You gotta like go through several iterations of it before you come up with it. Um, but and I never really thought of it like a curse movie before, because you always focus on the zombie cat, or Gage, you know what I mean? But it's like how did they become that way? Well, they buried them in this special place in the woods, that whatever you put there just comes back to you. And the only story line that you get of what it is or why it is the way it is comes from fucking Herman Munster and
One of his best roles.
Yeah, being some Native American land that became a cursed burial ground. Yeah, like your entire deposition of that comes from him.
Yep.
Yeah, this is why it kind of goes unnoticed as a curse movie. But how do you break that curse? You have to kill it again.
Or just not bury them there in the first place.
I think I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the only way to break it is that, like, you have to kill them.
Yeah, kill them again.
But it's definitely you're cursed. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even through like Herman Munster, I can't remember his name in the damn movie now. Herman Munster, like Judd, and it's done better in the book, but like Judd doesn't want this to happen. Like even with Church the cat dying, he doesn't want to let him know about the pet cemetery, but it's the hold that it has on them that is what winds up getting him to tell him about it.
Right. Yeah, he's hoping that they can just go on living and he doesn't have to bring it up.
Yeah, but this is, and again, this was something that was taken out of the movie, like the whole Winnebago thing.
But then the dad refuses.
When to go? Oh my god!
The dad refuses to build a fence between his property and the major highway.
He's a fucking doctor. Build a fucking fence.
Yeah. He didn't build a fence. And then the cat dies, and that's not enough for him to build the fence. And then his toddler dies. He still doesn't build a fence.
I was just to say, still does not build a fence.
It's like, what's the point now?
He's still got a daughter.
Yeah, who else is gonna run on the road?
Yeah, who cares about her?
Run out the road.
Not down that road. I don't know. I agree that it's a cursed movie. For me, Pet Cemetery, I just saw a TikTok the other day where it showed Gage getting hit by the truck. And then the very next scene showed him trying to kill his dad as Zombie Gage to an audio clip of Chumbawamba's I Get Knocked Down and I Get Up Again. And to me, that was 100 times better than the actual
I get knocked down, I get up again. That's awesome.
I'm not a huge fan of Pet Cemetery. I do agree that it's a cursed movie, though.
I was never like a big fan of it. I liked it for what it was.
Yeah.
I like the sequel better.
I do too. Yeah. Well, that's because of what's his name, Kerrigan.
Clancy Brown.
Yeah.
Clancy
I mean, he's so awesome in that role.
So over the top in it.
That's you know how Don did the Nicolas Cage hangout.
Yeah.
Clancy Brown, I think, is one who might be worth doing one on.
That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like, just honestly, there are a lot of actors, that offshoot actors, that we could do something about.
Oh yeah.
It would probably just be me doing Mr. Crab impressions for half the time.
Okay. I'm good with it.
Sold. Ticket bought.
I've mentioned Casper Van Dien in the past.
Casper Van Dien.
I feel like I want to do like some underappreciated actors who've had like a really wide range of work, but
his career tanked so hard. Like he was huge in Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
And when Starship Troopers came around, he was like, I am not doing a fucking sequel, a direct-to-video sequel to Starship Troopers. But his career tanked so hard by the time Starship Troopers 3 came out.
Yeah.
That he was back in the franchise.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor fuck. He was in Sleepy Hollow, if you remember.
He was in Sleepy Hollow. He got decapitated.
Uh-huh.
He was also in that Tarzan movie.
Oh shit.
I think he played Tarzan.
He was in a movie with Robert Englund once called Python.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I should be saving this for the hangout.
The inevitable Casper Van Dien.
Yeah. The inevitable Casper Van Dien hangout.
If there was ever, I know Don likes to try to get like actors and stuff. If there was ever like the closest thing to like a B-list actor that we could get on the hangout, it would be Casper Van Dien.
He reached out to him to try to talk to him, but it never worked out. I guess
that's too bad.
He probably didn't respond.
He doesn't see himself as we do.
Yeah,
he thinks he's top shelf.
Yeah.
I can see that. I could honestly see him still thinking like he's.
But we did talk to Jacob, and that was awesome.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
You weren't there for that hangout, were you, Ryan?
No, I've established that's probably for the best. Because I would have shit on that movie.
Would you really? Who cares though? At that point, just be like, "That's so awesome that you're here."
That's how it would have started. I'd be like, "It's so awesome that you're here, but I really fucking hate this movie." It just would have slipped out.
Yeah,
that's fine. I don't think he was immune to criticism. He was actually like super cool to talk to. Like he didn't care.
That's what you're saying.
His vibe was like whatever. Like I'm not. His whole vibe was like, yeah, you invited me because I'm in this movie, but he was like, I don't even care that I'm in this movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that he didn't have pride about it, but just that he was very. He didn't want to seem like he doesn't consider himself better than anybody. Like that's his whole thing, and that was a vibe that he wanted to give off. Is that he's just another person, and talk to him like you would talk to anybody else.
And from the bits I did watch, that is what he projected. Like he was just
he really didn't hype himself at all. He
just seemed like a really chill dude. Just hey, I was in this movie when I was a kid.
I jumped on. I saw somebody on. I thought it was you. I don't know why, and I jumped on, and I immediately knew it wasn't. And I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And I almost wanted to be like, "How about some fucking warning?"
Yeah, and you pause for a second. You're like, "Is that Jacob?"
Yeah. Well, I knew it wasn't Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah. Whit Hereford. That's what it was. Whit Hereford.
I mean, he still has this distinctive face. I don't care how old he is. Like you get it immediately.
Oh yeah.
What else do I know him from? It's driving me.
I didn't know his name, and that's why I was fumbling at first because I went to my other screen and I was Googling what his name was because I had no idea. I just knew him as Jacob, and I didn't want to like address him as Jacob because I thought that would be disrespectful.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't. He probably wouldn't have cared, but.
Yeah. And he laughed at your Sarlacc pit joke.
Yeah, it's like the highlight of the year for me.
Yeah. Because he stopped what he was saying. He's like, dude, did you just say Sarlacc pit? That was great.
Did he just call Sarlacc? No, he actually was like, did you call Sarlacc pit a vagina?
He's like, that's awesome.
It's basically, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good time, and that was a really cool surprise that Don had for us.
That was a really, really awesome.
And what's her name was there too, eh? Like
yeah, Beatrice.
the woman who, yeah.
I wasn't there for that. Who was she?
She played Amanda
Kruger.
Kruger in part 5.
Oh, that would have been cool too.
Yeah.
Were they ever on together?
Yes, on the hangout there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious.
They showed up for a few minutes together, and then Beatrice hopped off. But
Yep.
yeah. And we had done a live stream once with Beatrice.
Yes.
Where we talked to her for quite some time. That was cool. That was a cool experience. She's a neat lady.
Actually, and you talked to what's his name from part 5, also part 4 and 5.
Danny.
Yeah.
Danny Hassel. Yeah.
Interesting guy.
Yeah, I fucked up talking to him. I brought up something on his IMDb that wasn't even his.
Oh.
I thought that was funny.
He's like, dude, that's not even me.
Yeah, but he had a good story out of it.
I did. It was kind of fun. We had a good laugh about it, you know.
But it is him. That's the thing. Like IMDb or whatever it is fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I thought
Like
you were going to bring up something cool like this documentary I did in Canada. I was like, oh, it's totally what we're talking about. Like, get into that. Yeah. Try to change the subject on him. Oh, and he went on this rant about IMDb and how they fuck shit up. I was like, God damn.
That was the highlight of the interview.
That was great. Yeah. Was a mistake and an accident, but it was totally worth it because this reaction was priceless. Anyhow. That's what I got. All right. Take us home, Ryan. What do you got?
Okay, I'm going to run off these last few really quick. I've got Superstition from 1982, which is something I'll throw in whenever I can. Curse of the Witch. Anybody who stays in the house.
Yeah, you made me watch it.
Damn right I did.
It's a microwave kill, right?
Yeah. Anybody who gets on her land is doomed to die. Definitely a cursed movie.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's one you guys will probably want to talk about more.
Feel cursed after you watch it.
Not the original, the remake to House on Haunted Hill.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Where it is revealed that everybody who was invited was a
horrible actor.
Family member of the original bloodlines that caused, because it was a real ghost.
I thought you were going to say Marked for Death by Steven Seagal, but
Marked for Death by Steven Seagal.
Not original bloodlines from the original movie?
No.
Would have been better, don't you think?
Yeah, but the original movie wasn't real ghosts.
Oh,
that's true.
Yeah.
It wasn't, but it should have been.
In the remake, it is a real ghost, and it was the bloodlines of the people.
I always forget that when
caused
talking
the ghost
about that
to
movie.
be there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But when I opened up the case, I don't know where it is, because in here is my copy of Return of the Killer Tomatoes.
Nice.
So that's disappointing.
Dude, that DVD collection must drive you insane.
Yeah, it's the problem with physical media. And this one, I don't know. And this isn't even the right copy of it, but do you guys consider The Shining to be, that's terrible. It's all blurry. The Shining?
Probably.
To be a cursed movie?
Probably. I mean, it's a cursed place.
It's a cursed place, and with the whole, you've always been here, Mr. Torrance, and it shows the 1928 photo at the end of the Kubrick version that Jack Nicholson was there.
Right, the whole time.
Then he's always been there.
Right.
So
I mean, it's an interesting conversation because where do you draw the line between haunted and cursed? But
yeah,
I think you draw the line though when it affects the living. Like it was apparent from scene 1 that Jack Nicholson, his rest of the family might have been able to get away, but he was going to be there forever.
He was always, yeah. Like he was drawn to the place immediately.
Right. And so he was cursed and so was the place for him. So it was haunted for the rest of his family, maybe, but for him, I think that curse was almost made specifically for him.
Yeah, it did consume him,
or whoever is the caretaker.
But then you got to look: is it curse or is it fate? Like destiny. I don't know.
Maybe they're one and the same.
I might be too drunk for this conversation. But on that note, this is the TV version of it, and if you haven't watched it, it is actually a fun little watch.
Yeah, it was all right. I remember watching it back in the day when it was on TV.
I've heard that it's truer to the source material.
Much.
King loved that actor. That actor from Wings. That is escaping me.
Tony Shalhoub. It's not, but yeah, no, it's not Tony Shalhoub. Steven Weber.
Yeah, he loved Steven Weber. He's actually in a bunch of other King stuff.
Mm-hmm. But it is definitely worth a watch. Except for
there's worse people to be loved by.
I feel bad for that kid. Like Danny. Portland Mead, that's it.
Worse to be loved by.
Yeah. I can think of worse people to love me than Stephen King.
Hey, dude's loaded. I don't care.
Grow up with an electric blanket and read me The Stand by the fireplace.
Yeah.
And he tries to explain to you why he puts all those like sayings and stuff that nobody ever says in real life.
Why do your endings always suck so bad? Have another sip of hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because his endings always are putrid.
Oh, they always suck. He loves to like draw something out and then like end it in 2 pages. Like, what the fuck just happened there? He's like, fuck it, I'm done.
I'm trying to think of a Stephen King story that had a good ending. It's got to be one.
It's got to be one.
Misery was all right.
I've only ever seen the movie,
but it was. I mean, it was an effective. Like he kills her, he gets away.
Is that what happens in the book?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah.
Dark Half is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the Dark Half makes up. I can't remember what the birds were, but they make a big deal about the birds that sparrows.
Sparrows, yeah.
They make a really big deal about the sparrows throughout, so it's not so much of a surprise when they show up at the end to help out.
Yeah.
His metaphysical stuff always suffer because he doesn't know how to ground it. Like it.
Yeah, it always becomes. Even in his writing, it feels like movie of the week.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, because you look at stuff like It, or I've never read The Dark Tower.
I have, and there are things like in my Discord. I'm called Roland, and that's where I get the name from. It originated in YouTube, but I'm a big fan of the Dark Tower series. But no, he rushes a lot of this. It's a lot like Game of Thrones. He rushes a lot of the themes and stories in that last book to mostly unsatisfying conclusions.
Well, yeah, the thing with King. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was about it.
Just because the thing, and that's like you kind of hit the nail on the head there. Like with rushing, it feels like King is so invested, like he gets so excited about writing these stories, and you can every time you get to the ending, you just feel like he just stopped. Either he stopped caring about what he was doing, or he got an idea for something else.
Right.
And he's like, I just need to finish this up now and get to my next idea.
A lot of his stuff like that.
I think I remember Cujo having a pretty good ending.
Yeah, Cujo is great, especially in it's cinematically it's rewarding.
The book was dark. Like I remember the ending being.
The movie is dark. I've never read the book.
Well, spoilers for the book. The son doesn't make it.
Well, that is dark. That is dark. That's crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, that's all I got left.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah,
Good
we've
ones.
tapped it. We've tapped it out. We did really good. Holy shit!
yeah.
I can't even believe we went 4.5 hours. But what
We
the
Holy
tapped
fuck,
it all right.
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I haven't done that in a while.
You guys were like 2.5 hours in before I even
Right.
signed on.
And we were just talking nonsense.
Is this a tennis match between you guys?
we went down so many rabbit holes. We weren't even sure what the
That's what you
topic
gotta
was
do when
anymore.
it's just two of you.
Like,
You have no
it was
choice.
it was like the early days when it was just sometimes it was just me and Clint and Don.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it was cool. So I'm glad we did it. Thank you guys for showing up. It's been another edition of the Amityville Hangout. Thank you for the curse of the cursed movies.
Curse.
That's right. So yeah, probably not going to do one next week since the drive-in thing's happening, but we shall come up with another topic and resume the week after. So once again, thanks for coming. Good night, everybody.